Distinguished and highly experienced intelligence professionals who've held the job before. We'll have that ahead. Before it. Bernie Sanders, the frontrunner, facing Mike Bloomberg, the newcomer. Seasoned campaigners like Sanders, Warren, and Biden facing someone who hasn't even debated in more than a decade. That said, whatever he lacks in recent experience, Mike Bloomberg also brings considerable talent to bear. As a look at his past debate performance shows, more now on that from Randy Kaye.
Would you like to now apologize for or recant any or all of these four very interesting statements?
Mark, you've taken them all out of context.
Are they all accurate?
It was certainly said, but out of context. And it's a typical smear when the time gets close.
That was Michael Bloomberg back in 2001, debating his opponent in the race for mayor of New York City. Now, almost 2 decades later, the stakes are much higher.
He's both confident and arrogant on the debate stage because he does have such a command of facts.
Debate expert Brett O'Donnell says it's critical that Bloomberg connect with the audience instead of just spewing facts.
He thinks if he unloads a bunch of facts and figures, he'll get the audience to make a decision just like he would make as a business person. The problem with that is it's devoid of any contact and connection with an audience.
O'Donnell says it's clear from watching Bloomberg debate that it's not something Bloomberg enjoys. Despite that, O'Donnell says during debates, Bloomberg manages to stay low-key and tries not to do any harm. Bloomberg looks to avoid any major conflict, though he still gets combative with opponents.
Well, I think everybody does know what my opponent stands for. He stands for complaining. He stands for identifying problems and never coming up with solutions. And that's different than governing. It's easy to be a critic. It is very hard to lead.
In the past, Mike Bloomberg has always returned fire when fired upon. So he is not afraid to counterpunch his opponents. I think he functions under the premise that the best defense is a good offense.
O'Donnell says Bloomberg is known to fire back, like when his opponent suggested he made charitable contributions only to get something in return. Here's Bloomberg putting his opponent in his place.
I'm very proud of our philanthropy. And just let me get this. He's getting money to his campaign, and I'm giving money out, unless I missed what you described.
Don't expect Bloomberg to raise his voice, O'Donnell says, and don't expect him to make things easy for the moderators either. This was him in 2009 answering a question about diversity in Spanish, much to the moderator's dismay.
Te daré los números mañana.
But do you think Latinos are...
Wait a minute, wait. In fairness, Mr.
I said 40, sorry.
With some downplaying expectations, we'll see if Michael Bloomberg comes ready to play. Randy Kaye, CNN, New York.
Well, there's certainly plenty to talk about for the candidates tonight and for us as well. Back with us is David Axelrod, Van Jones, and Gloria Borger. David, you see Bloomberg's past approach to debates. What are you anticipating tonight? Again, he hasn't done this for quite a while.
Yeah, well, I think you'll see some of that. I think the greatest challenge for him is that he has kind of reinvented himself for this race. He walked away from the stop and frisk policy that he defended for a very long time. He has now... He's fashioning himself as a very close ally of President Obama, which wasn't true. They worked together. They weren't by any means close buds. And there are a series of things like that he is trying to clean up for purposes of this Democratic race. I think the leading indicator in presidential races is authenticity. One of the reasons Bernie Sanders is doing so well is because he's been saying the same thing for 50 years. And Bloomberg now is stepping out from behind these ads, and he's going to have to defend some of those past statements and convincingly persuade people that he has gone through a metamorphosis on some of these things. I think that's very difficult, and he's going to be hammered by his opponents on these points.
Van, I mean, if this becomes a race of Sanders versus Bloomberg, you couldn't pick two more different people. Sanders is the exact... Bloomberg is the exact kind of person Sanders is running against, even before Bloomberg was in the race.
Yeah, I mean, he's been talking about the billionaires, and now he's going to have like one of the biggest billionaires in the world on stage with him. I think for a Bloomberg, in addition to what Axelrod was saying, there's something about not just debating on stage. There's something about those town halls. There's something about those living rooms. You watched Elizabeth Warren just become an incredibly good presence and incredibly good on the mic and the debate stage. Why? Because she was listening for months and months and months to ordinary people. He has not done that, Bloomberg. He has not been in those living rooms. This is a very, very risky kind of a moonshot move to be like me trying to run a marathon, having not gone to the gym for the past year. It's just some things are just hard to pull off. If he pulls it off, though, if he's able to literally come off the couch and stand with these folks and actually, distinguish himself, it's going to be a real, I think, a boost to him, and it's going to be a shock, I think, to the field. But what he's trying to pull off is very, very hard to do.
Yeah, Gloria, I mean, it is. Van's analogy, I think, on the marathon is pretty apt.
Well, yes, and don't forget he skipped the first 4 races, and so he's sort of parachuting in right now at a late date. And in talking to his campaign, what they're saying is a couple things. First of all, not only does he have to introduce himself, but they want him to figure out a way, and I don't know if he can do this, figure out a way to tell his life story. This is, they say, somebody who wasn't born to money, who made his own money, comparing him to Donald Trump, obviously, and they want him to tell the American public about where he came from and why he is where he is. And then the other goal they have is that people can see him as a president on that stage tonight. Voters size up people and say, well, is this the person that I can see as presidential? This is the person that I can trust. This is the person who's going to represent me and my interests. And as Van was talking about, that is very diverse in the Democratic Party right now. And so, but he has these big hurdles that he's got to cross. And the question is, how does he do it? He's not a warm and fuzzy guy, as we all know. So how does he appeal to the public and say, I'm the Pied Piper, follow me. You really should follow me.
Yeah. Gloria Borger, Van Jones, David Axelrod. It's going to be a fascinating debate. Go ahead, David.
No, I think he's going to take a page from Biden here and hope that it works better for him and say, I'm the guy who can beat Donald Trump.
Right.
And, I'm tough enough, I'm well-funded,
Right.
I'm well-fortified, I'm experienced. I think that's what you're going to hear from him tonight.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks very much. Appreciate it. Coming up, Andrew Yang. He left the race after New Hampshire. He has since joined us at CNN as our latest political commentator. We'll talk to Andrew in a moment.
Stop lying about your big breath.
So what does each candidate need to do in tonight's debate to maintain viability? As a Democratic presidential candidate, my next guest, Andrew Yang, had plenty of time on the televised debate stage throughout the first stages of the primary battle, and safe to say he has gotten to know most of the candidates pretty well. Andrew Yang left the race after the New Hampshire primary, but to prove there is life after politics, he's joined CNN as a political commentator. We're very happy to have him. I'm happy to discuss tonight's debate with him. Andrew, welcome to CNN. We're very happy that you're joining us. This is obviously the first time that we're going to see Michael Bloomberg on the debate stage. What are your expectations of that?
This is essentially the Bloomberg debate, Anderson. The fact is the other candidates have had 8 debates where they've had their talking points essentially hardwired in. It's almost second nature. Whereas for Mike, this is going to be his first time. He's not accustomed to getting hostile questioning on a regular basis. He's not accustomed to getting his past comments on sex and race dragged. So it's going to be a real test of temperament and even humility for Mike tonight. And the question is whether he can take the slings and arrows that are coming his way in stride.
That's one of the things, that people don't realize is running for president, as you well know, it makes you get better at it as you go. Being in town halls in New Hampshire and Iowa and elsewhere and being on debate stages, and it teaches you a certain amount of humility, and you're taking questions from all sorts of people and reporters. Mike Bloomberg hasn't done that for a very long time, and he's been in a somewhat rarefied ecosphere of a multi-billionaire.
Yeah,
Do you think he knows what he's getting into?
Well, he has a very, very strong team. And if I'm his team, I've been coaching him to take hostile questioning with ease and coolness and then pivot to talking points about his record and his message. If I were his team, I'd be playing him like that Zen, music before he gets on the debate stage just to try and chill him out. Because the big challenge for him is to
You wouldn't go for like Metallica or, Nine Inch Nails or something?
No. He has to try and be presidential and keep his cool through everything. For him, the pitfalls are if he expresses irritation or contempt. And the fact is he's going to have a lot of contempt directed at him. He has to react with the opposite.
What does it say to you about the support for Bernie Sanders that Mike Bloomberg, without actually being in the race, although spending a huge amount on television commercials, in 2 new national polls is behind Sanders, is in the number 2 spot. The fact that somebody who hasn't even really been running is supposedly, according to these 2 polls, on the national level, number 2. What does that say about the support for Sanders?
Well,
and the concern
after all of the attacks that are going to be leveled against Mike tonight, the second target is going to be Bernie because he's the front runner at this point. He's almost certainly going to win Nevada, and the other candidates are going to try and bring down the front runner. I'd expect attacks on Bernie tonight, on his electability, his health, the online followers of his that have some bad tendencies, even his family's financial histories or dealings. Anything is going to be fair game because many of the other candidates are being told that it is not acceptable to have an okay debate tonight, that they have to draw blood on either Mike or Bernie or produce something spectacular in terms of a moment. Because the other candidates can see if Bernie wins Nevada, which he's expected to, it's going to be harder and harder for them to make the case.
If this boils down to a race between Bernie Sanders and Michael Bloomberg, it could not be a more stark. It's sort of if you were writing this as a screenplay, the guy who's campaigning
these
against
would be the characters.
The impact of the impact of billionaires on our system, and to have a billionaire being the one running against him, dropping huge amounts of money in the race. Do you see Sanders supporters? Bernie Sanders has said, look, he'll support whoever is the Democratic nominee. He said that before Bloomberg was in the race, but subsequently he says he still would support Bloomberg. But clearly that would be a tough pill for him to swallow. And do you think his supporters would come out and vote for Bloomberg?
Well, I think you're right that Bernie and Mike represent in some ways the 2 extremes of the party. And I think it's going to be tough to galvanize Bernie supporters behind Bloomberg and vice versa. Certainly, I'm going to support whoever the nominee is, and I think that both Bernie and Mike have said they do the same. But it's one thing to say you're going to support the nominee, and it's another for your millions of supporters to go out to the polls and fight as hard as they would for you. So I think this is going to be a real issue for the Democratic Party, and I think there's going to be a lot of soul searching in the days ahead, trying to figure out how to bring the party together, regardless of who is the nominee. And of course, you can't rule out the other candidates, but right now, Bernie's the front runner with Bloomberg coming up quickly.
Andrew Yang, it's great to have you with us, and thanks so much.
Thanks, Anderson. See you soon. It's great to be here.
Coming up next, the president's choice for a top leadership job in the intelligence community. The choice is raising some eyebrow, his candidate's lack of experience in intelligence. We'll be right back. As we mentioned at the top of the program, there's breaking news tonight. President Trump says that he will name the current American ambassador to Germany as the next acting director of national intelligence. He's Richard Grenell, a staunch loyalist to the president and certainly a controversial choice, even among some Republicans. Joining me now is CNN's chief White House correspondent, Jim Acosta. So, Jim, what's the thinking behind this move? Because this is not someone with an intelligence background.
Capitol Hill covering national security. They're all talking to their sources, and we're all hearing basically one thing, that Rick Grenell, the current U.S. ambassador to Germany, who's going to be the acting director of national intelligence, may start as soon as tomorrow, was a fierce loyalist, is a fierce loyalist of the president, and is expected to behave as such in this capacity, even though the director of national intelligence position was created in the aftermath of 9/11 to be sort of an apolitical position. But look at the case of the current acting or outgoing acting Director of National Intelligence, Joe Maguire. He testified during the impeachment inquiry that the whistleblower at the center of all of this did the right thing, that he took the right steps in blowing the whistle on the president's phone call with the leader of Ukraine on July 25th. The president obviously didn't like that. And in the words of one former senior White House official I spoke with this evening, who's been keeping tabs on this situation, the president is essentially, and his team is essentially filling the gaps, finding people that weren't viewed as sufficiently loyal and replacing them with fierce loyalists. And that's what's happening right now, Anderson.
So if he is just the acting DNI, does he doesn't have to go through Senate confirmation? How much support does he have among not only members of the administration, but congressional Republicans?
Well, certainly inside the White House, among the political advisors who talk to the president on a regular basis, around the president on a regular basis, they like this pick. They see Rick Grenell as being one of them. But when you talk to a Trump advisor, like I talked to a Trump advisor earlier this evening, Anderson, who said, listen, Rick Grenell is a polarizing figure. This is somebody who is, in addition to, being somebody who rubs people the wrong way, up on Capitol Hill in diplomatic circles and so on, because he has sharp elbows, no question about it. According to this one Trump advisor I spoke with earlier this evening, he is viewed as being kind of out of his league when it comes to this position of being the director of national intelligence. I talked to a senior Republican congressional aide just a short while ago who questioned whether or not Rick Grenell could actually be confirmed as the permanent director of national intelligence, and said to me earlier this evening, Anderson, that this pick is obviously not going to go over well with some members of national security committees, related committees up on Capitol Hill. So it remains to be seen how well this pick does. I talked to a congressional aide earlier this evening who's compared this to what happened with John Ratcliffe. Remember, John Ratcliffe was picked, the congressman from Texas was picked to replace McGuire and Dan Coats over the summer, the former director of national intelligence. And when it was found that Ratcliffe had exaggerated some of his bona fides, his nomination was pulled. And the concern is, and it's already bubbling up, Anderson, that Rick Grenell could go through a similar experience if the White House does not handle this perfectly in the coming days, Anderson.
All right, Jim Acosta. Jim, thanks for some perspective on the Grenell appointment and why it is polarizing. Take a look at the prior intelligence and leadership experience of the men who have held that same position under President Trump. The current acting director, Joseph Maguire, is a Navy vice admiral and former director of the National Counterterrorism Center. Indiana Senator Dan Coats served on the Intelligence Committee. And here's the experience level of some of those who held the same job since the agency was created in the wake of the 9/11 attacks. James Clapper, an Air Force Lieutenant General, ran the Defense Intelligence Agency. Dennis Blair was head of the Navy's Pacific Command. In each case, people steeped in either in the intelligence community itself or in roles overseeing it. Some perspective now from former Republican presidential candidate and Pennsylvania Senator Rick Santorum. He's a CNN senior political commentator, also CNN legal analyst Carrie Cordero, who has served as Senior Associate General Counsel at the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. So, Carrie, first of all, is Ambassador Grenell qualified to be Acting Director of National Intelligence?
He's not, Anderson. This is a pretty outrageous appointment as acting DNI. If we look at the 5 Senate-confirmed individuals who served as Director of National Intelligence, they had decades of intelligence, military or diplomatic experience, some of those different characteristics combined. They were individuals who were extremely knowledgeable about the intelligence community. You know, the intelligence community is a $60 billion plus enterprise. It's not something that one just picks up as you go along on the job. And really, his qualifications, he's currently the ambassador, so he has a little bit of experience in terms of being a consumer of intelligence. But beyond that, as my understanding of his resume, is that he's basically a communications professional and someone who would be more attuned to being the spokesperson for the DNI and not the actual director of national intelligence.
Senator Santorum, is that fair? I mean, if you were in the Senate, would you be comfortable with the appointment, even on an acting basis?
Look, well, first off, if on an acting basis, I don't have any say in whether the president keeps someone there on an acting basis because there's no confirmation. And that very well may be what the president has in mind, is just to have someone who's in that position, who has his back, in many respects.
But would you be comfortable with him being the DNI?
Look, I
acting,
have concerns about his qualifications. I don't think anyone can look at his qualifications and say, well, he's clearly the most qualified person for this job. The question is, what's he trying to accomplish for Donald Trump? And what he's trying to accomplish for Donald Trump, I think, is a couple of things. Number one, I think he's going to be a disruptive force, and he's going to be a disruptive force at a time when the president feels like there are people in and around who have not had his back and not been fair to him. Not had his back. That's not fair. Have not been fair to him. And so I think you're going to see Grinnell be disruptive. Having said that, the DNI was a position. I remember voting on the law that created the DNI. The DNI was created because we had lots of intelligence that was not being shared among agencies, and this was the guy who was going to sit on top and bring everything together. I'm not sure that that's actually what's happened, but that's really what the role is to help coordinate intelligence. And I'm not sure if you look at this guy's resume, his ability to sort of work with other people and bring things together and coordinate, I'm not sure that's his strongest asset.
Yeah, Kerry, I mean, if he is a disruptor, and by all accounts that I think Senator Santorum is right about that, that is not the job description necessarily of somebody who brings people together and coordinating intelligence.
It's not. The Director of National Intelligence sits atop the other 16 intelligence community agencies and elements, and the director coordinates the budget and coordinates policy. He's not responsible for the actual operational activities. And so much of the role of the DNI, and certainly the DNI that I worked for in the last decade, was coordinating those other agency heads and getting people to come along with ideas and ways to move the intelligence community forward. In addition, the intelligence community is supposed to be and operate in a nonpartisan way. It's really critical for the trust of the intelligence community and for the public's trust in the community that it be viewed as one of the entities in government that is not partisan, that is not the agency that has the president's back or that is doing his political bidding. And to put a person in place who does not have the qualifications, does not have the experience, and is known as a politically polarizing figure is deeply unfair to the workforce of the intelligence community and is really unfair to the public, which needs to have confidence in the agency's work.
Yeah, I would just add that like, I don't have any problem with someone. In fact, I support the president on having people who are loyal to him in positions that are important positions in his cabinet. I mean, you don't want people who are disloyal. And I think he's had, at least in his own mind, he's had some problems with some of his of those people within his administration. And so I have no problem with a loyalist. I do have questions. I think a lot of Republicans have questions about whether his demeanor is the right demeanor, whether his experience is the right experience for this job. And I think it's a legitimate question to have. I don't think anyone should. I think Republicans will rightly question this choice based on those characteristics and not really focus too much on the whole loyalty issue.
Rick Santorum, appreciate it. Kerry Cordero as well. Thank you. Still to come tonight, Attorney General Barr and President Trump, the White House saying all is well with their relationship, despite the president's interference in the Roger Stone case. One source tells CNN the opposite. More just ahead.
common ground. It's about finding.
The world's newest ocean cruise line is yet again a world's best. Viking's elegant ships deliver a superb, inclusive experience with enriching shore excursions, alternative dining, all-veranda staterooms, Wi-Fi, and much more. We're very proud to have been named a world's best 4 years in a row by Travel and Leisure readers. Learn more at vikingcruises.com.
Running close to 30% pretty much for the entire campaign. That's been slashed in half because of those two poor performances he's turned in. Bloomberg, you see, has surged right into contention there for that #2 spot. You see Warren, Buttigieg, and Klobuchar both, got that great news out of New Hampshire just in terms of being so competitive there, but neither one of them surging to compete with Sanders yet, so some question marks there for them. I think what's interesting, though, Bloomberg will be on the stage tonight. So many questions about him. You see what he's done nationally. Look where he's been spending the money, where he's had the airwaves to himself in some cases. These are some Super Tuesday state polls that have come out in the last day. Bloomberg tied for the lead in North Carolina. This one's actually about a week old in Arkansas, but Bloomberg ahead in Arkansas, actually. Oklahoma, this one came out yesterday. Bloomberg up 6 there. However, California, biggest prize on Super Tuesday. Sanders, again, his campaign talking about an advantage they think they have with Hispanic voters. That could be a big reason for Sanders' lead there in California. But Bloomberg, you see that spending has put him in contention in a bunch of these Super Tuesday states. I think this one last poll item I can show you, though, is key, though. In our NBC Wall Street Journal poll, we asked voters, Democratic voters, if it's just Sanders and Bloomberg, and you got to choose right now, Sanders 57, Bloomberg 37. So that theory right now of Bloomberg getting the one-on-one and winning, not yet.
I'm also like just imagining sociologically the number of people who don't fit into that, because 57 plus 37 is not 100. There are some people in America who are like, yeah, between Bernie Sanders and Mike Bloomberg, I can't decide. Like, that's just hard to believe, you know what I mean? Like, among all the two people in the world, you'd think that that would be a polarizing choice. We believe the candidates are about to get announced here in just a moment, and we'll pause when that happens and see them come out onto the stage. You see Senator Klobuchar there, Mayor Buttigieg. Let's watch this. Senator Amy Klobuchar, Mayor Pete Buttigieg, former Vice President Joe Biden, Senator Bernie Sanders, Senator Elizabeth Warren, and former New York City Mayor Mike Bloomberg. These 6 contenders who are about to take their positions at the podium tonight. This is the first time we've seen Mayor Bloomberg on the stage at all. The polling questions around Bloomberg are big black boxes because they reflect the amazing amount of money that he has spent, but this will be the first time he competes in the flesh with these other contenders. Robert Gibbs, let me ask you about the speech that we just heard from the Democratic Party chairman, Tom Perez. Organize, 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 talking about that being the secret to the success of the Democratic Party in terms of lining up a Democratic congressional delegation in that state. Right. But he's saying that's also the key to the Democrats winning in 2020. How do you assess the organizing capability of the Democratic Party right now?
Well, let's hope that they're counting votes on Saturday and not into next week, and I think that will give us some indication. But look, if you look at the campaigns that Harry Reid ran, focused on the early vote, making sure you identify who you need to get out and get them out quickly. Mark them off as having voted. And look, this is a great opportunity for the campaigns to hone their messaging and their operations, because as we've talked about this increase in Hispanic vote that is happening now that we haven't seen in 2 90-plus white states, understand, too, the 2 biggest prizes on Super Tuesday, California and Texas, are going to have electorates in excess of 30% that are Hispanic. And so understanding how to talk to, energize, activate, and get those voters to the polls is a huge task, Herculean for these candidates, and it's a great proving ground because, as both Harry Reid, or as Harry Reid emphasized, it looks a lot more like America than the first two.
And the Sanders campaign very confident with their standing with voters of color. Do any of you see any particular skill, any particular deftness when it comes to any of these candidates who are on the stage tonight in terms of speaking to Latino and African-American voters?
No,
any
not
of
at
them?
all. No, none.
Are you sure?
No. I want to make it abundantly clear, not at all under any circumstances are any of them really good, and most of them have excruciatingly problematic records on certain issues that have to deal with black voters. But I would say that Sanders' success with Latinos is in large part because the Latino population is also very young. And a lot of the voting population is young, and he's very popular with young people.
Well, and you've also got a really strong generational divide within African-American voters that is not so much true with Latino voters. Where older African-American voters, it's not about passion, it's about beating Donald Trump. But for younger Black and Latino voters, Sanders does represent a real movement to them. And it is genuine. It's just that it seems to be a bit age limited. So the question for him is, can he expand this really, passionate, young, multiracial base upward in age to the people who actually are reliable
Particularly given that even, with the varying turnout numbers that we've seen, it's an older electorate that is turning out. We have not seen a spike in young turnout. Claire, in terms of thinking about how these candidates are looking at each other and sizing each other up tonight, is there a way that any of them can succeed without destroying one of the other one? Is there a way that you've seen Senator Warren try to do that a few times, saying, I'm not going to go after X, Y, or Z. I'm instead going to talk about something we'd all be better at. You saw Tom Steyer do that a few times.
Yeah, you see Elizabeth, and Elizabeth was in the progressive lane, but then she tried to start to get to the middle a little bit and kind of got stuck. And so you've got Bernie over here with the progressive wing, the younger progressive wing, kind of locked down. And everyone else is splitting up everything else. So the irony is they need to get along and coalesce unless Bernie's going to be the nominee. I mean, that's kind of the option here, one or the other. And so I think politics is going to play out like it always does. Whoever's ahead is going to get some incoming. And I think Bloomberg is going to get it because it's his first time out and they want to kill him now. And I think Bernie will get a little incoming tonight.
But this is a huge, huge moment. This really is a moment where each of these campaigns has to say, I have to make my momentum tonight.
Yes.
Because let's be clear.
Every single one of them.
Let's be clear. A series of third-place finishes isn't going to make you the nominee. No. But let's be clear. Neither is a series of second-place finishes.
Yes. Clearly.
Right? There is one medal winner in this whole thing.
That's right.
And these campaigns each have to go in here with a strategy. How am I going to come out tonight, gaining that momentum, capturing that undecided vote, taking that into South Carolina and on to Super Tuesday? It's a big, big moment.
And Super Tuesday is a lot different this year for a very big reason. It's called California.
Right.
And California moving into Super Tuesday
California and Texas
everything.
being on the same day is
huge.
unimaginable.
It's a third of all the delegates.
I'd love to see a Texas poll because that also is delegate rich and very, very important. High Latina population.
But that California poll, now that's not how California is going to end up, but you have to be at 15% to be viable.
That's right.
If that poll were the outcome, Bernie Sanders would walk away with 416 pledged delegates that night. Because nobody else is at 15%.
And then game over.
That's again, there's campaigns tonight that are looking at both sides of this. They can't let Bernie go. They can't let Bloomberg go.
And I think the other thing that's important tonight is I still think these people have an opportunity to sort of sell themselves to the public. I don't buy this narrative that there's this liberal wing and there's this moderate wing. Mike Bloomberg is not a moderate. He's a conservative Democrat now. And I don't think most people really believe
he's a Rockefeller Republican.
Or a Rockefeller Republican until 15 minutes ago. I think the people who support Mayor Pete, they actually support Mayor Pete. It's not just because they're unhappy with Biden. The people who support Elizabeth Warren, they really still like her. So these people are all working from actual bases of support. No one has become the anti-Bernie candidate yet, and I don't think they should give up and just say, I'm the moderate choice yet. They've still got a group of people passionate about them that they can work with.
Ultimately, what they've all got to be is the anti-Trump candidate.
Right.
And I will say, it is striking to see, we're going to see a fight tonight over, whose policy that is roughly in agreement with everybody else's policy is more appropriately means tested to the third decade, Meanwhile, Donald Trump is dismantling the rule of law. And so you will see, that'll also be a contest tonight. And I think Bloomberg has helped focus the field on this in terms of who can turn their fire toward Trump in a way that is going to move Democratic voters.
And are we going to see a candidate that shows empathy, decency, inspiration, right? Bill Clinton and Barack Obama inspired. They need a candidate to get out of the seats for.
The Democratic candidates debate in Las Vegas begins right now.
Let us create the political revolution this country needs.
The stakes could not be higher. We cannot afford to miss the mark or to miss this moment.
I will bring this country together instead of tearing it apart.
I can't do it alone. I need your help to climb that mountain. And together we're going to beat Donald Trump.
2020 is our time to change who makes the rules.
I am running to restore honor to our government and build a country that we can be proud of.
From NBC News, the Democratic presidential debate, live from Las Vegas, Nevada.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Lester Holt. Welcome to Las Vegas. Everything is on the line tonight. We're just 3 days before the critical Nevada caucuses. Here with me on the stage tonight, NBC News political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd. And NBC News chief White House correspondent and MSNBC anchor, Hallie Jackson. Also joining us is Telemundo senior correspondent, Vanessa Ock. And editor of the Nevada Independent, John Ralston, who has covered Nevada politics for more than 3 decades. The rules are this tonight. Candidates will get 1:15 to answer each question and 45 seconds for follow-ups. Now that the stage is narrowed to 6 candidates, we encourage each of you to directly engage with each other on the issues. So let's get to our first question. Since the last time you all shared the stage, Senator Sanders, a self-described Democratic socialist, has surged into the lead nationally in the Democratic race. And there's a new person on the stage tonight, Mayor Michael Bloomberg, a former Republican who spent millions of his own dollars to run in this race. What hasn't changed, a majority of Democratic voters still say their top priority is beating President Trump. Senator Sanders, the first question to you. Mayor Bloomberg is pitching himself as a centrist who says he's best positioned to win in November. Why is your revolution a better bet?
In order to beat Donald Trump, we're going to need the largest voter turnout in the history of the United States. Mr. Bloomberg had policies in New York City of stop and frisk, which went after African American and Latino people in an outrageous way. That is not a way you're going to grow voter turnout. What our movement is about is bringing working class people together, black and white and Latino, Native American, Asian American, around an agenda that works for all of us and not just the billionaire class. And that agenda says that maybe, just maybe, we should join the rest of the industrialized world, guarantee health care to all people as a human right, raise that minimum wage to a living wage of $15 an hour, and have the guts to take on the fossil fuel industry, because their short-term profits are not more important than the future of this planet and the need to combat climate change. Those are some of the reasons we have the strongest campaign to defeat Donald Trump.
So Mayor Bloomberg, can Senator Sanders beat President Trump, and how do you want to respond to what else he said?
I don't think there's any chance of the senator beating President Trump. You don't start out by saying, I've got 160 million people, I'm going to take away the insurance plan that they love. That's just not a ways that you go and start building the coalition that the Sanders camp thinks that they can do. I don't think there's any chance whatsoever. And if he goes and is the candidate, we will have Donald Trump for another 4 years, and we can't stand that.
So I'd like to talk about who we're running against. A billionaire who calls women fat broads and horse-faced lesbians. And no, I'm not talking about Donald Trump. I'm talking about Mayor Bloomberg. Democrats are not going to win if we have a nominee who has a history of hiding his tax returns, of harassing women, and of supporting racist policies like redlining and stop and frisk. Look, I'll support whoever the Democratic nominee is, but understand this. Democrats take a huge risk if we just substitute one arrogant billionaire for another. This country has worked for the rich for a long time and left everyone else in the dirt. It is time to have a president who will be on the side of working families and be willing to get out there and fight for them. That is why I am in this race, and that is how I will beat Donald Trump.
Senator Klobuchar, what do you think the path is from this stage to the White House? What works?
I think the path is a high voter turnout. I'm the one on this stage that had the highest voter turnout of any state in the country when I led the ticket, as well as bringing in rural and suburban voters. And I've done that as well. And I'm the only one with the receipts to have done that in Republican congressional districts over and over again. But I want to say this, I actually welcomed Mayor Bloomberg to the stage. I thought that he shouldn't be hiding behind his TV ads, and so I was all ready for this big day. And then I looked at the memo from his campaign staff this morning, and it said that he actually thought that 3 of us should get out of the way. That is what his campaign said, because we should pave the way for him to become the nominee. You know, I have been told as a woman, as someone that maybe no one thought was still going to be standing up on this stage, but I am because of pure grit and because of the people out there. I've been told many times to wait my turn and to step aside. And I'm not going to do that now, and I'm not going to do that because a campaign memo from Mayor Bloomberg said this morning that the only way that we get a nominee is if we step aside for him. I think we need something different than Donald Trump. I don't think you look at Donald Trump and say we need someone richer in the White House.
Thank you. Mayor Bloomberg, there's a lot for you to respond to there, so here's your opportunity.
I think we have 2 questions to face tonight. One is, who can beat Donald Trump? And number 2, who can do the job if they get into the White House? And I would argue that I am the candidate that can do exactly both of those things. I'm a New Yorker. I know how to take on an arrogant con man like Donald Trump that comes from New York. I'm a mayor, or was a mayor. I know how to run a complicated city, the biggest, most diverse city in this country. I'm a manager. I knew what to do after 9/11 and brought the city back stronger than ever. And I'm a philanthropist who didn't inherit his money, but made his money. And I'm spending that money to get rid of Donald Trump, the worst president we have ever had. And if I can get that done, it will be a great contribution to America and to my kids.
Vice President Biden, will let you weigh in here.
In terms of who can beat Donald Trump, NBC did a poll yesterday. It says Joe Biden is best equipped to beat Donald Trump. That's what your poll said. And it said that I can beat him in those toss-up states, too, those states we have to win. I'm ahead by 8 points across the board. So in terms of being able to beat Donald Trump, I'm better positioned, according to your poll, than anybody else to beat Donald Trump. Number 1. Number 2. The mayor makes an interesting point. The mayor says that he has a great record, that he's done these wonderful things. Well, the fact of the matter is he has not managed his city very, very well when he was there. He didn't get a whole lot done. He had stop and frisk, throwing close to 5 million young black men up against the wall. And when we came along in our administration, President Obama, and said we're going to send in a moderator a mediator to stop it, he said that's unnecessary. So we're going to get a chance to talk about the mayor's record. But in terms of who is best prepared to beat Donald Trump, look at your poll and what it says.
Mayor Buttigieg, you'd like to weigh in?
Yes, we've got to wake up as a party. We could wake up 2 weeks from today, the day after Super Tuesday, and the only candidates left standing will be Bernie Sanders and Mike Bloomberg, the 2 most polarizing figures on this stage. And most Americans don't see where they fit if they've got to choose between a socialist who thinks that capitalism is the root of all evil and a billionaire who thinks that money ought to be the root of all power. Let's put forward somebody who actually lives and works in a middle-class neighborhood in an industrial Midwestern city. Let's put forward somebody who's actually a Democrat. Look, we shouldn't have to choose between one candidate who wants to burn this party down and another candidate who wants to buy this party out. Look, we can do better.
Senator Sanders, are you polarizing?
If speaking to the needs and the pain of a long-neglected working class is polarizing, I think you got the wrong word. What we are trying finally to do is to give a voice to people who, after 45 years of work, are not making a nickel more than they did 45 years ago. We are giving a voice to people who are saying we are sick and tired of billionaires like Mr. Bloomberg seeing huge expansions of their wealth while 500,000 people sleep out on the street tonight.
And that's
so what we are saying, Pete, is maybe it's a time for the...
Look, my campaign is fueled by hundreds of thousands of contributors.
Including 46 billionaires.
Among the hundreds of thousands of contributors. And look, we've got to unite this country to deal with these issues. You're not the only one who cares about the working class. Most Americans believe we need to empower workers. As a matter of fact, you're the one who is at war with the Culinary Union right here in Las Vegas. We
have more union support than you have ever dreamed of. We have the support of unions all across this country.
But the vision I'm putting forward has the support of the American people. Really? We can actually deliver health care without taking it away from anyone. We can actually empower workers and lift wages without further polarizing this country. And we can build a movement without having legions of our supporters online and in person.
All right, candidates, thank you.
I think it is
Democratic figures and union leaders alike.
Senator Warren, I have a question for you. On Sunday, on Meet the Press, Vice President Biden accused Senator Sanders' supporters of bullying union leaders here with, quote, vicious, malicious, misogynistic things. You said Democrats cannot build an inclusive party on a foundation of hate. Are Senator Sanders and his supporters making it harder for Democrats to unify in November?
Look, I have said many times before, we are all responsible for our supporters. And we need to step up. That's what leadership is all about. But the way we are going to lead this country and beat Donald Trump is going to be with a candidate who has rock-solid values and who actually gets something done. When Mayor Bloomberg was busy blaming African Americans and Latinos for the housing crash of 2008, I was right here in Las Vegas, literally just a few blocks down the street, holding hearings on the banks that were taking away homes from millions of families. That's when I met Mr. Estrada, one of your neighbors. He came in to testify, and he said he thought he'd done everything right with Wells Fargo. But what had happened? They took away his house in a matter of weeks. This man stood there and cried while he talked about what it was like to tell his two little daughters that they might not be in their elementary school, that they might be living out of their van. I spent the next years making sure that would never happen again. Wall Street fought us every inch of the way on a consumer agency. They lost, and I won. We need a candidate with unshakable values and a candidate who can actually get something done for working people.
Thank you, Senator.
That's why I'm in this race, and that's how I'll beat Donald Trump.
Senator Sanders.
We have over 10.6 million people on Twitter, and 99.9% of them are decent human beings, are working people, are people who believe in justice, compassion, and love. And if there are a few people who make ugly remarks, who attack trade union leaders, I disown those people. They are not part of our movement. But let me also say, what I hope my friends up here will agree with, is that if you look at the Wild West of the internet, talk to some of the African-American women on my campaign, talk to Senator Nina Turner, talk to others, and find the vicious, racist, sexist attacks that are coming their way as well. So I would hope that all of us understand that we should do everything we possibly can to end the viciousness and ugliness on the internet. Our campaign is about issues. It's about fighting for the working families and the middle class. It is not about vicious attacks on other people.
Senator, when you say that you disown these attacks and you didn't personally direct them, I believe you.
Well, thank you.
But at a certain point, you got to ask yourself, why did this pattern arise? Why is it especially the case among your supporters?
I don't think it is especially the case, by the way.
That's just not true. Look, well, people know.
Pete, if you want to talk to some of the women on my campaign, what you will see is the most ugly, sexist, racist attacks that are, I won't even describe them here, they're so disgusting. And let me say something else about this. not being too paranoid. All of us remember 2016. And what we remember is efforts by Russians and others to try to interfere in our election and divide us up. I'm not saying that's happening, but it would not shock me. I saw some of those tweets regarding the Culinary Workers Union. I have a 30-year, 100% pro-union voting record. Do you think I would support, or anybody supports me, would be attacking union leaders? It's not thinkable.
But leadership is about what you draw out of people. It's about how you inspire people to act. And right now we're in this toxic political environment. Leadership isn't just about policy. I think, at least in broad terms, we're largely pulling in the same direction on policy. But leadership is also about how you motivate people to treat other people. And I think you have to accept some responsibility and ask yourself what it is about your campaign in particular that seems to be motivating this behavior more than others. Because in order to turn the page on the Trump era, we're going to need a president, not just a candidate who can win, but a president who can move us forward.
Stop sexism on the internet. We could nominate a woman for candidate for President of the United States. I think that might go a long way if we showed our stuff as a party. And the other thing I want to talk about is really what is at the core of this issue between Senator Sanders and the Culinary Union. And that is this. These are hardworking people, housekeepers like Elizabeth and I met with last night, who have health care plans that have been negotiated over time, sweat and blood. And that is the truth for so many Americans right now.
Thank you.
There are 149 million Americans that would lose their current health insurance under Senator Sanders' bill.
Senator,
that's what it says on page 8, and I don't think we should forget that.
On that note, I want to turn it over to my colleague, Chuck Todd.
Senator Sanders, I'm going to stay on this topic, on the culinary, on this issue with the Culinary Union. Obviously, their leaders are warning their members about that your health care plan will take away their health care plan, take away private insurance completely. There are some Democrats who like you a lot, but worry that this plan, Medicare for All, is going to take away private insurance and that it goes too far. Are they right?
No. Let me be very clear. 2 points. For 100 years, from Teddy Roosevelt to Barack Obama, this country has been talking about the need to guarantee health care for all people. And yet today, despite spending twice as much per capita, Chuck, twice as much as any other major country on earth, we got 87 million who are uninsured or underinsured. We got over 60,000 people who die every year because they don't get to a doctor on time. We're getting ripped off outrageously by the greed and corruption of the pharmaceutical industry, which in some cases charges us 10 times more for the same drugs because of their price fixing. 500,000 people go bankrupt every year because they can't afford medical bills. So let me be very clear to my good friends in the Culinary Workers Union, a great union. I will never sign a bill that will reduce the health care benefits they have. We will only expand it for them, for every union in America, and for the working class of this country.
Senator Warren, you were all in on Medicare for All, and then you have since came up with a transition plan. Is it because of the impact on unions?
So I want to be clear. I've been to the Culinary Union's healthcare facilities. They're terrific. You don't want to shut them down. You want to expand them. You want a slogan that was thought up by his consultants to paper over a thin version of a plan that would leave millions of people unable to afford their health care. It's not a plan. It's a PowerPoint. And Amy's plan is even less. It's like a Post-it note, insert plan here. Bernie has started very much, has a good start, but instead of expanding and bringing in more people to help, instead his campaign relentlessly attacks everyone who asks a question or tries to fill in details about how to actually make this work. And then his own advisors say, probably won't happen anyway. Look, healthcare is a crisis in this country. My approach to this is we need a as much help for as many people as quickly as possible and bring in as many supporters as we can. And if we don't get it all the first time, take the win and come back into the fight to ask
I
for
promise,
more.
guys, I'm going to get everybody in.
Our help.
I got you. Mayor Buttigieg, I think she name-checked you first. I'll let you go first.
You name-checked me second.
Yes, okay. I think Amy said.
I'm more of a Microsoft Word guy, and if you look at my plan, I don't know if there are any PowerPoints on it, but you can definitely find the document on PeteForAmerica.com, and you'll see that it is a plan that solves the problem, makes sure there's and arrogance that makes people skeptical of the policies we've been putting forward. Here we have a plan that the majority of Americans support. Do you realize how historic that is? That the American people are ready in a way far beyond what was true even 10 years ago and what was available to President Obama at the time. There's a powerful American majority ready to undertake the biggest, most progressive reform we've had in healthcare in 50 years, just so long as we don't force it on anybody. What is wrong with that?
All right,
Can I respond to that?
Let me go Senator Klobuchar, and then I'll have you respond.
Okay.
All right, Senator Klobuchar. Well, I think the Post-it note came first, Senator. I don't know. I do think the Post-it note came
I must say I take personal offense since Post-it notes were invented in my state. For 12 million people immediately. It would expand coverage for about that same number. It is a significant thing. It is what Barack Obama wanted to do from the very beginning. And the way I look at it, since we're in Vegas, when it comes to your plan, Elizabeth, and Bernie's on Medicare for All, you don't put your money on a number that's not even on the wheel. And why is Medicare for All not on the wheel? Why is it not on the wheel? Because 2/3 of the Democratic senators are not even on that bill. Because a bunch of the new House members that got elected see the problems with blowing up the Affordable Care Act. They see it right in front of them. And the truth is that when you see some troubled waters, you don't blow up a bridge, you build one. And so we need to improve the Affordable Care Act, not blow it up.
Let me just. You name-check three of them. Let me get Senator Sanders in there. You were.
Okay.
Go ahead, Senator Sanders. Okay. We'll get you in, Miss. All right. We got a lot of people in here that we got hit.
It's my turn, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Somehow or another, Canada can provide universal health care to all their people at half the cost. UK can do it, France can do it, Germany can do it, all of Europe can do it. Gee whiz, somehow or another, we are the only major country on earth that can't do it. Why is that? And I'll tell you why. It's because last year, the healthcare industry made $100 billion in profits. Pharmaceutical industry, top 6 companies, $69 billion in profit. And those CEOs are contributing to Pete's campaign and other campaigns up here.
Let's clear this
up. So maybe it is finally time that we said as a nation, enough is enough. The function of a rational healthcare system is not to make the pharmaceutical industry and the drug companies rich. It is to provide healthcare to all people as a human right, not a privilege.
Mr. Vice President,
no premiums, no
Mr. Vice President,
no deductibles.
Go ahead. And then Senator Warren. Mr. Vice President and Senator Warren.
Hey, I'm the only one on this stage that actually got anything done on health care. Okay? I'm the guy the president turned to and said, go get the votes for Obamacare. And I noticed what everybody's talking about is the plan that I first introduced. That is to go and add to Obamacare, provide a public option, a Medicare-like option. It cost and increase the subsidies. It cost a lot of money. It cost $750 billion over 10 years. But I pay for it by making sure that Mike and other people pay at the same tax rate their secretary pays that. That's how we get it paid, number one. Number two, you know, from the moment we passed that signature legislation, Mike called it a disgrace, number one. Number two, Trump decided to get rid of it. And number three, my friends here came up with another plan. But they don't tell you. When you ask Bernie how much it cost, the last time he said that, I think it was on your show, he said, we'll find out. We'll find out how, or something to that effect. It cost over $35 trillion.
Right.
Let's get real.
Senator Warren, you get the final word on this. We're going to move to another question. Go ahead, Senator Warren. Go ahead, Senator Warren.
So I actually took a look at the plans that are posted. Mayor Buttigieg, There are 4 expenses that families pay, right? Premiums, deductibles, copays, and uncovered medical expenses. Mayor Buttigieg says he will put a cap only on the premiums. And that means families are going to pick up the rest of the cost. Amy, I looked online at your plan. It's 2 paragraphs. Families are suffering, and they need a plan. You can't simply stand here and trash an idea to give health care coverage to everyone without having a realistic plan of your own. And if you're not going to own up to the fact either that you don't have a plan or that your plan is going to leave people without health care coverage, full coverage, then you need to say so. I just want to say on this, when I was in Reno, when I met a man who said he had diabetes, he gets his insulin through the VA, but his sister and his daughter also have diabetes, no way to pay for their insulin. 3 human beings right here in Nevada
My plan takes care of that.
struggling. They share one
Very quickly.
insulin prescription.
Mayor
That should not happen in
Bloomberg, is Vice President Biden right? You weren't a fan of Obamacare?
I am a fan of Obamacare. At the beginning,
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Vice President, I just checked the record because you'd said one time that I was not. In 2009, I testified and gave a speech before the mayor's conference in Washington, advocating it and trying to get all the mayors to sign on. And I think at that time I wrote an article praising Obamacare. It was either in the New York Post or the Daily News. So the facts are I was there. Let me finish. Thank you. I was in favor of it. I thought it didn't go as far as we should. What Trump has done to this is a disgrace. The first thing we've got to do is get the White House and bring back those things that were left, and then find a ways to expand it. Another public option, to having some rules about capping charges. All of those things. We shouldn't just walk away and start something that is totally new, untried.
Vice President Biden, go ahead.
The mayor said when we passed it, the signature piece of this administration, it's a disgrace. They're the exact words. It was a disgrace. Look it up. Check it out. It was a disgrace.
Thank you.
I cover, by the way, I plan, you do not have surprise billing. You bring down drug prices. People are not, it gives people all the things we're just talking about. I guess you're not got the time to do it, but I'll get a chance to talk about it.
Thank you, sir. Lester?
All right, Mayor Bloomberg, at the beginning of this debate, you took some incoming fire on this next topic, so let's get into it. In 2015, this is how you describe your policing policy as mayor. Quote, we put all the cops in the minority neighborhoods, and you explain that as, quote, because that's where all the crime is. You went on to say, and the way you should get the guns out of the kids' hands is to throw them against the wall and frisk them. You've apologized for that policy, but what does that kind of language say about how you view people of color or people in minority neighborhoods?
Well, if I go back and look at my time in office, the one thing that I'm really worried about, embarrassed about, was how it turned out with stop and frisk. When I got into office, there were 650 murders a year in New York City. And I thought that my first responsibility was to give people the right to live. That's the basic right of everything. And we adopted a policy which had been in place, the policy that all big police departments use of stop and frisk. What happened, however, was it got out of control. And when I discovered that we were doing too many stop and frisks, we cut 95% of it out. And I've sat down with a bunch of African American. We change our policies so we can keep the city safe, because the crime rate did go from 650, 50% down to 300. And we have to keep the lid on crime, but we cannot go out and stop people indiscriminately.
Mayor, thank you. Let me go to Vice President Biden on this. You want to respond to that?
Yes, let's get something straight. The reason the stop and frisk changed is because Barack Obama sent moderators to see what was going on. When we sent them there to say this practice has to stop, the mayor thought it was a terrible idea we send them there. A terrible idea. Let's get the facts straight. Let's get the order straight. And it's not whether he apologized or not, it's the policy. The policy was abhorrent, and it was, in fact, a violation of every right people have. And we are the one. Our our administration sent in people to monitor it, and at the very time, the mayor argued against that. This idea that he figured out it was a bad idea. He figured out it was a bad idea after we sent in monitors and said it must stop. Even then, he continued the policy.
All right, Mayor, would you like to make a quick response to that?
Yes, I would. I've sat, I've apologized, I've asked for forgiveness, but the bottom line is that we stopped too many people, but the policy, we stopped too many people, and we've got to make sure that we do something about criminal justice in this country. There is no great answer to a lot of these problems, and if we took off everybody that was wrong off this panel, everybody that was wrong on criminal justice at some time in their careers, there'd be nobody else up here.
And, Senator Warren.
Let's be clear.
I'm sorry, who did you call on?
Senator Warren.
Sorry.
I do think that this really is about leadership and accountability. When the mayor says that he apologized, listen very closely to the apology. The language he used is about stop and frisk. It's about how it turned out. Now, this isn't about how it turned out. This is about what it was designed to do to begin with. It targeted communities of color. It targeted black and brown men from the beginning. And if you want to issue a real apology, then the apology has to start with the intent of the plan as it was put together and the willful ignorance day by day by day of admitting what was happening, even as people protested in your own street, shutting out the sounds of people telling you how your own policy was breaking their lives. You need a different apology.
Senator,
here,
thank you. Chuck,
Can I respond briefly?
Let me get Senator Klobuchar. We're going to stay on this topic. We're going to stay on this topic, but I want to get something in here with Senator Klobuchar. When you were the top prosecutor in Minneapolis, Senator, there were at least 24 instances where police were involved in the deaths of civilians. None of those officers were prosecuted. You did prosecute a black teenager who was sentenced to life in prison, despite what are now serious doubts about the evidence. Now, the Minneapolis chapter of the NAACP has recently called for you to suspend your campaign over that case because some new evidence has come out since. Big picture, why should black and Latino voters trust your judgment now if it appears you may have gotten it wrong then?
First, I'll start with that case. It is very clear that any evidence, if there is new evidence, even old evidence, it should be reviewed by that office and by the county attorney. That must happen. I have called for that review. This was a case involving an 11-year-old African-American girl named Taisha Edwards who was shot doing her homework at her kitchen table. 3 people were convicted. One of the cases is the one that is being was investigated by a journalist, and I think it's very important that that evidence come forward. In terms of the police shootings that you noted, those went to a grand jury, every single one of them, and I've made very clear for months now that, like so many prosecutors, I think those cases, in my time, they were all going to the grand jury. It was thought that was the best way to handle them in many jurisdictions.
You think you should have spoke up? You didn't speak up at the time, should you?
I actually did speak up on something very similar, and that was when our police chief in Minneapolis tried to take the investigations of police shootings into his own hands, and I strongly said I disagreed with that. Now I do believe also that a prosecutor should make those decisions herself. And the last thing I will say, because you asked the question about voting, I have the support of African Americans in my community in every election. I had strong support and strong support of leadership, and that's because I earned it. And this is going to be on me to earn it. You earn it with what you stand for when it comes to equal opportunity. You earn it with the work that I have done, the leadership I've shown on voting rights. And yes, you earn it with the work that must be done on criminal justice reform.
I want to talk about transparency here because many Democrats, including most of you on stage, have criticized President Trump for his lack of transparency. But Senator Sanders, when you were here in Las Vegas in October, you were hospitalized with a heart attack. Afterwards, you pledged to make, quote, all your medical records public. You've released 3 letters from your doctors, but you now say you won't release anything more. What happened to your promise of full transparency?
Well, I think we did. Let me tell you what happened. First of all, you're right. And thank you, Las Vegas, for the excellent medical care I got in the hospital 2 days. And I think the one area maybe the Mayor Bloomberg and I share, you have 2 stents as well. All right.
25 years ago.
Well, we both have 2 stents. It's a procedure that it's done about 1 million times a year. So we released the full report of that heart attack. Second of all, we released the full, my whole 29 years in the Capitol, the attending physician, all of my history, medical history. And furthermore, we released reports from 2 leading Vermont cardiologists who described my situation, and by the way, who said Bernie Sanders is more than able to deal with the stress and the vigor of being president of the United States. Hey, follow me around the campaign trail, 3, 4, 5 events a day. See how you're doing compared to me. Look.
Mayor Buttigieg, you've been critical about transparency on this stage and people needing to do better. Is that response from Senator Sanders enough for you?
No, it's not, because first of all, let me say we're all delighted that you are in fighting shape. And at the same time, transparency matters, especially living through the Trump era. Now, under President Obama, the standard was that the president would release full medical records, do a physical, and release the readout. I think that's the standard that we should hold ourselves to as well. Now, President Trump lowered that standard. He said just a letter from a doctor is enough, and a lot of folks on this stage are now saying that's enough. But I am certainly prepared to get a physical, put out the results. I think everybody here should be willing to do the same. But I'm actually less concerned about the lack of transparency on Sanders' personal health than I am about the lack of transparency on how to pay for his health care plan, since he said that it's impossible to even know how much it's going to cost. And even after raising taxes on everybody making $29,000, there is still a multi-trillion-dollar hole. Matter of fact, if you add up his policies altogether, they come to $50 trillion. He's only explained $25 trillion worth of revenue, which means that the hole in there is bigger than the size of the entire economy of the United States.
Mayor
the time has come to level with the American people on matters personal and on matters of policy.
Thank you, Senator Sanders. Quickly.
Let's level. All right, let's level, Pete. Under your plan, which is a maintenance continuation of the status quo, can I finish? The average American today is paying $12,000 a year. That's what that family is paying. 20% of a $60,000 income, $12,000 a year. Highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. Just the other day, a major study came out from Yale epidemiologists in Lancet, one of the leading medical publications in the world. What they said, my friends, is Medicare for All will save $450 billion a year. Because we are eliminating the absurdity of thousands of separate plans that require hundreds of billions of dollars of administration. And by the way, ending the $100 billion a year in profiteering from the drug companies and the insurance companies.
This is really important.
Mayor Bloomberg, I want to go to you.
My plan is the status quo, and that's false. Look, if my plan is the status quo, why was it attacked by the insurance industry the moment it came out? And on issue after issue after issue, this is what Senator Sanders is saying. If you're not with him, if you're not all the way on his side, then you must be for the status quo. Well, you know what? That is a picture that leaves most of the American people out.
I want to go to Mayor Bloomberg on this transparency issue. Very briefly on transparency, Mayor Bloomberg, your campaign has said that you would eventually release your tax records when it comes to transparency. But people are already voting now. Why should Democratic voters have to wait?
It just takes us a long time. Unfortunately or fortunately...
Can I comment on that?
Fortunately, I make a lot of money, and we do business all around the world, and we are preparing it. The number of pages will probably be in the thousands of pages. I can't go to TurboTax. But I put out my tax return every year for 12 years in City Hall. We will put out this one. It tells everybody everything they need to know about every investments that I make and where the money goes. And And the biggest item is all the money I give away. And we list that, every single donation I make, and you can get that from our foundation anytime you want.
Okay, yeah, I'm just looking at my husband in the front row that has to like do our taxes all the time. We probably could go to TurboTax. And the point of this is I believe in transparency. I had a physical, by the way. It came out well. We might all be surprised if my blood pressure is lower than Mayor Pete's. That might really shock everyone out there. And I think you should release your records from your physical. Secondly, when it comes to tax returns, everyone up here has released their tax returns, Mayor. I think, and it is a major issue because the President of the United States has been hiding behind his tax returns, even when courts order him to come forward with those tax returns. And I think, I don't care how much money anyone has. I think it's great you got a lot of money, but I think you've got to come forward with your tax returns.
Senator, I want to get to you in a second. Mayor Bloomberg, your quick response to Senator Klobuchar.
We're releasing them. They'll be out in a few weeks, and that's just as fast as I can do it. Remember, I only entered into this race 10 weeks ago. All of my associates here have been at this for a couple of years, and we do not.
That's right. We have. Engaging with voters.
We're getting there.
Let me ask you about something else, Mr. Mayor, because Mayor Bloomberg, let me ask you about something else.
And get it done.
Senator Warren.
Wish it were that simple.
Mayor, I'll let you get in here, but Mayor
It would
Bloomberg.
save me a lot of money.
Let me ask you about something else. Several former employees have claimed that your company was a hostile workplace for women. When you were confronted about it, you admitted making sexually suggestive remarks, saying, quote, "That's the way I grew up." In a lawsuit in the 1990s, according to the Washington Post, one former female employee alleged that you said, quote, "I would do you in a second." Should Democrats expect better from their nominee?
Let me say a couple things, and if I can have my full minute and a quarter, thank you. I have no tolerance for the kind of behavior that the Me Too movement has exposed. And anybody that does anything wrong in our company, we investigate it, and if it's appropriate, they're gone that day. But let me tell you what I do in my company and my foundation and in city government when I was there. In my foundation, the person that runs it's a woman. 70% of the people there are women. In my company, lots and lots of women have big responsibilities. They get paid exactly the same as men. And in my in City Hall, the top person, my deputy mayor, was a woman, and 40% of our commissioners were women. I am very proud of the fact that about 2 weeks ago, we were awarded. We were voted the the best place to work, second best place in America. If that doesn't say something about our employees and how happy they are, I don't know what does.
Senator Warren, you've been critical of Mayor Bloomberg on this issue.
Yes, I have, and I hope you heard what his defense was. I've been nice to some women. That just doesn't cut it. The mayor has to stand on his record, and what we need to know is exactly what's lurking out there. He has gotten some number of women, dozens, who knows, to sign non-disclosure agreements, both for sexual harassment and for gender discrimination in the workplace. So, Mr. Mayor, are you willing to release all of those women from those non-disclosure agreements so we can hear their side of the story?
We have a very few non-disclosure agreements.
How many is that?
Let me finish.
How many is that?
None of them accuse me of doing anything other than maybe they didn't like the joke I told. And let me point. There's agreements between two parties that wanted to keep it quiet, and that's up to them. They signed those agreements, and we'll live with it.
So wait, when you say it is up to, I just want to be clear. Some is how many? And when you say they signed them and they wanted them, if they wish now to speak out and tell their side of the story about what it is they allege, that's now okay with you? You're releasing them on television tonight?
Senator? No.
Is that right?
Senator, the company and somebody else, in this case, a man or a woman, or could be more than that, they decided when they made an agreement that they wanted to keep it quiet for everybody's interest. They signed the agreements, and that's what we're going to live with.
I'm sorry. No, the question is, are the women bound by being muzzled by you? And you could release them from that immediately, because understand, this is not just a question of the mayor's character. This is also a question about electability. We are not going to beat Donald Trump with a man who has who knows how many non-disclosure agreements and the drip, drip, drip of stories of women saying they have been harassed and discriminated against. That's not what we do as Democrats.
Mr. Vice President.
Look, let's get something straight here. It's easy. All the mayor has to do is say, you are released from the non-disclosure agreement, period. We talk about transparency here. This guy got himself in trouble, maybe saying that he couldn't disclose what he did. He went to his company.
Just to be super clear, that was about the list of clients.
No,
so nobody gets
I know what you mean.
No, you're right.
But he went to the company and said, I want to be released. I want to be able to do it. Look, this is about transparency from the very beginning, whether it's your health record, whether it's your taxes, whether you have cases against you, whether or not people have signed non-disclosure agreements. You think that women, in fact, were ready to say, I don't want anybody to know about what you did to me? That's not how it works. The way it works is they say, look, this is what you did to me, and the mayor comes along and his attorney say, I will give you this amount of money if you promise you'll never say anything. That's how it works.
Mayor Bloomberg, final word to you.
I said we're not going to get to end these agreements because they were made consensually, and they have every right to expect that they will stay private.
If they want to release it, they should be able to release themselves.
Can I add a word to
Say
this?
yes.
You know, we talk about electability, and everybody up here wants to beat Trump. And we talked about stop and frisk, and we talked about the workplace that Mayor Bloomberg has established and the problems there. But maybe we should also ask how Mayor Bloomberg in 2004 supported George W. Bush for president, put money into Republican candidates for the United States Senate when some of us, Joe and I and others, were fighting for Democrats to control the United States Senate. And maybe we can talk about a billionaire saying that we should not raise the minimum wage, or that we should cut Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. If that's a way to beat Donald Trump, wow, I would be very surprised.
Thank you, Senator. Vanessa, to you.
Wait.
Senator Klobuchar, you're running on your Washington experience, but last week in a Telemundo interview, you could not name the president of Mexico or discuss any of his policies. Last night, you defended yourself saying, quote, this is in jeopardy. But my question to you is, shouldn't our next president know more about one of our largest trading partners?
Of course. Of course. And I don't think that momentary forgetfulness actually reflects what I know about Mexico and how much I care about it. And I first want to say greetings to President López Obrador. Secondly, what I meant by the game of Jeopardy is that I think we could all come up with things. You know, how many members are there in the Israeli Knesset? 120. Who is the president of Honduras? Hernandez. But when it comes to Mexico, I am the one person on this stage that came out first to say I was for the U.S. Mexican-Canadian trade agreement. That is going to be one of the #1 duties of a president.
Senator Klobuchar, my colleague specifically asked you if you could name the president of Mexico, and your response was no.
Yes, that's right. And I said that I made an error. I think having a president that maybe is humble and is able to admit that here and there maybe wouldn't be a bad thing.
Mayor Buttigieg,
if you could let me,
good response.
If you could,
yeah, look, I wouldn't liken this to trivial. I actually didn't know how many members were in the Knesset, so
well,
you got me there. But you're staking your candidacy on your Washington experience. You're on the committee that oversees border security. You're on the committee that does trade. You're literally in part of the committee that's overseeing these things, and we're not able to speak speak to literally the first thing about the politics of the country to ourselves.
Are you trying to say that I'm dumb, or are you mocking me here, Pete?
I'm saying that you shouldn't trivialize
I made an error. People sometimes forget names. I am the one that has, number one, has the experience based on passing over 100 bills. If I could respond, this was a pretty big allegation. He's basically saying that I don't have the experience to be president of the United States. I have passed over 100 bills as the lead Democrat since being in the U.S. Senate. I am the one, not you, that has won statewide in congressional district after congressional district. And I will say, when you tried in Indiana, Pete, to run, what happened to you? You lost by over 20 points to someone who later lost to my friend Joe Donnelly. So don't tell me about experience. What unites us here is we want to win. Right. And I think we should put a proven winner in charge of the ticket.
This is a race for president. This is a race for president. If winning a race for Senate in Minnesota translated directly to becoming president, I would have grown up under the presidency of Walter Mondale. This is different. And the reason that I think we need to talk about Washington experience is that we should ask what that experience has led to. Experience is, and certainly tenure is not always the same thing as judgment. If we're going to talk about votes in the Senate in Washington, let's talk about it.
Let's talk about a major policy.
Next question is next question. Hello. Thank you. Senator Warren and Mayor Bloomberg, this question is for you. I want to talk about, and maybe this is appropriate here.
Can I just defend Senator Klobuchar for a minute? This is not right. I understand that she forgot a name. It happens. It happens to everybody on this stage. Look, you want to ask about whether or not you understand trade policy with Mexico? Have at it. And if you get it wrong, man, you ought to be held accountable for that. You want to ask about the economy and you get it wrong, you ought to be held accountable. You want to ask about 1,000 different issues and you get it wrong, you ought to be held accountable. But let's just be clear. Missing a name all by itself does not indicate that you do not understand what's going on. And I just think this is unfair.
Senator Warren, you're right. But Senator Klobuchar could not discuss Mexican policy.
Fair enough.
I'm the only one who knows this man and met with him.
I do have to respond.
Come on, man.
You have just invoked my name again, and I ask you to look at the interview I did directly after the forum, which we went into great detail on Latin American policy. And I want to say one thing about Mayor Pete, where we just disagree. He was asked on a debate stage about the Mexican cartels, which are bad criminal organizations. He said that he would be open to classifying them as terrorist organizations. I actually don't agree with that. That is a very valid debate to have. I don't think that would be good for our security coordination with Mexico, and I think you got that wrong.
Well,
I've spent more time in Mexico than anybody. Can I get a chance to say something?
Hold on.
Vice President.
See, thank you. Look, I'm the only one who spent extensive hundreds of hours in Latin America. I've met with this president. I've met with the last president, the one before that. I've been deeply involved in making sure that we have a policy that makes more sense than this god-awful president we have now. I'm the guy that put together $750 million to provide help for those Latin American countries that are the reason why people are leaving, because there's nothing for them to stay for. I've spent hours and hours and hours. And so you want to talk about experience in Washington. It's good to know with whom you're talking. It's good to know what they think. It's good to know what you think. And it's good to be able to have a relationship. That's what it's about.
All right. Well, we are clearly everybody's warmed up. We're going to take a short break and kick off the next hour with a topic many voters have said is top of mind, the climate crisis. We're back in a moment.
Past the hashtags and the troll armies, the partisan pandering, past all the social media that's making your head feel like. Past the gossip mags and millions of stories uploaded each day. Read yourself past the algorithms, because no one ever did anything big by reading small. Read yourself better.
We both know there are Nazis here in America.
We would bring God's justice to them.
How did Nazis get into the States? They were brought here.
This is the greatest mass conspiracy in our nation's history.
This is bigger than anyone realizes.
Exploring the heart of historic Europe with Viking, you'll get closer to iconic landmarks, to local life and legendary treasures, as you sail on board our patented, award-winning Viking longships. You'll enjoy many extras, including Wi-Fi, cultural enrichment from ship to shore, and engaging excursions. Viking, voted #1 river cruise line by Condé Nast readers. Learn more at vikingcruises.com.
Medicare for All, Medicare Buy-in, and the public option are one-size-fits-all government health insurance systems.
American families would face higher taxes, longer wait times, and lower quality care. Get the facts.
As parents of 6, this network is one less thing I have to worry about.
Why the Aceves family chose Verizon.
We all use our phones very differently.
These two are always gaming, and this one's always on FaceTime.
And my oldest is learning to be a pilot. We need a reliable network because I need to know he's safe. As soon as he lands, he knows he better call Mama.
Mama!
The network more people rely on gives you more. Like plans your family can mix and match starting at just $35. So everyone gets the plan they need and Apple Music on us. Plus iPhone 11 on us when you buy the latest iPhone. That's Verizon.
Like heaven for a mattress.
I will never love another human more than I love my bed. Life is too precious not to be sleeping on the comfiest mattress ever.
This is the best night's sleep we've had in years.
Join over 1 million happy sleepers and visit Casper.com today.
We're grateful for what you bring, and all the sparks you've shown, and the thousands of towns that we get to call home.
HelloFresh. I can always count on you. So my days can get pretty jam-packed. Whether I have a 14-hour day on set or a writing session, it's so important for me that I take the best care of myself that I can. And that's why HelloFresh is important to me, because what I put in my body determines what I get out of it. These are all fresh ingredients. They're delicious and they make me feel incredibly healthy. HelloFresh is my secret tool to feeling my best and doing my absolute best.
Go to HelloFresh.com and use code Leah10 for 10 free meals, including free shipping.
Okay, girl, you got this. You can be feminine and fierce. No sweat. Introducing new Secret with essential oils. The strong sweat protection of Secret, now with the indulgence of pure essential oils. Secret.
A $20 welcome bonus.
Crisis. It's an issue that uniquely impacts Nevadans. John Ralston from the Nevada Independent kicks us off now.
So, y'all ready to play some Nevada trivia now? I'm only half joking here. Let's talk about this issue because it's up there in polls. Voters are really concerned about it, as you all know. What you might not know is that Las Vegas and Reno are the vibrant economic engines for the state of Nevada and are also two of the fastest warming cities in the country. In certain months of the year, the heat is already an emergency situation for residents and for tourists walking up and down the Strip. So I'm going to start with you, Mr. Vice President. What specific policies would you implement that would keep Las Vegas and Reno livable, but also not hurt those economies?
It is the existential threat that humanity faces, global warming. I went out to Tech, and you have a facility where you have one of the largest solar panel arrays in the world. And when the 4th stage is completed, it will be able to take care of 60,000 homes for every single bit of their needs. And what I would do is, number one, work on providing the $47 billion we have for tech and to making sure we find answers. is to provide a way to transmit that wind and solar energy across the network in the United States. Invest in battery technology. I would immediately reinstate all of the elimination of what Trump has eliminated in terms of EPA. I would secondly make sure that we had 500,000 new charging stations in every new highway we built in the United States of America or repaired. I would make sure that we, once again, made sure that we got the mileage standards back up, which would have saved over 12 billion barrels of oil had he not walked away from it. And I would invest in rail. Rail can take hundreds of thousands, millions of cars off the road if we have high-speed rail.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I want to get some of the rest of you in on this because y'all have plans. Yeah. Mayor Bloomberg, let me read what you said about this issue. You said you want to intensify U.S. and international actions to stop the expansion of coal. How exactly are you going to do that?
Well, already we've closed 304 out of the 530 coal-fired power plants in the United States, and we've closed 80 out of the 200 or 300 that are in Europe. Bloomberg Philanthropies working with the Sierra Club. That's one of the things you do. But just let's start at the beginning. If you're president, the first thing you do the first day is you rejoin the Paris Agreement. This is just ridiculous for us to drop out. Two, America's responsibility is to be the leader in the world. And if we don't, we're the ones that are going to get hurt just as much as anybody else. And that's why I don't want to have us cut off all relationships with China, because you will never solve this problem without China and India, Western Europe, and America. That's where most of the greenhouse gas. Let me just finish one other thing. I believe, and you can tell me whether this is right, but the solar array that the Vice President was talking about is being closed because it's not economic, that you can put solar panels in modern technology, even more modern than that.
All right. Mayor, I want to let Senator Warren jump in here just because you've said something that's really specific to Nevada. And the tension here in this state is between people who want renewable energy and people who want conservation on public lands. Yeah. 85% of Nevada is managed by the federal government. You have said that you are going to have an executive order that would stop drilling on public land, stop mining, which is a huge industry here. You got to have lithium. You got to have copper for renewable energy. How do you do that?
So, look, I think we should stop all new drilling and mining on public lands and all offshore drilling. If we need to make exceptions because there are specific minerals that we've got to have access to, then we locate those and we do it not in a way that just is about the profits of giant industries, but in a way that is sustainable for the environment. We cannot continue to let our public lands be used for profits by those who don't care about our environment and are not making it better. Look, I'm going to say something that is really controversial in Washington, but I think I'm safe to say this here in Nevada. I believe in science, and I believe that the way that we're going to deal with this problem is that we are going to increase by tenfold our investment in science. There's an upcoming $27 trillion market worldwide for green, and much of what is needed has not yet been invented. My proposal is let's invent it here in the United States and then say, we invented in the U.S., you've got to build it in the U.S. That's a million new manufacturing
We're going to stick to this topic, but Senator Sanders, I'm going to move to fracking. You want a total ban on natural gas extraction, fracking in the next 5 years. The industry obviously supports a lot of jobs around the country, including thousands in the battleground state of Pennsylvania. One unit official there told the New York Times, quote, if we end up with a Democratic candidate that supports a fracking ban, I'm going to tell my members that either you don't vote or you vote for the other guy. What do you tell these workers? It's supporting a big industry right now, sir.
What I tell these workers is that the scientists are telling us that if we don't act incredibly boldly within the next 6-7 years, there will be irreparable damage done, not just to Nevada, not just to Vermont or Massachusetts, but to the entire world. Joe said it right. This is an existential threat. You know what that means, Chuck? That means we're fighting for the future of this planet. And the Green New Deal that I support, by the way, will create up to 20 million good-paying jobs as we move our energy system away from fossil fuel to energy efficiency and sustainable energy. This is a moral issue, my friends. We have to take the responsibility of making sure that the planet we leave our children and grandchildren is a planet that is healthy and habitable, that is more important than the profits of the fossil fuel industry.
I want to keep this going. Senator Klobuchar, you're not on the same page at a total ban of fracking. You call it a transitional fuel. But scientists are sounding this alarm now. Do you take these warnings that maybe fracking is a step backwards, not a step forward, not a transition?
I've made it very clear that we have to review all of the permits that are out there right now for natural gas, and then make decisions on each one of them, and then not grant new ones until we make sure that it's safe. But it is a transitional fuel. And I want to add something that really hasn't been brought up by my colleagues. This is a crisis, and a lot of our plans are very similar to get to carbon neutral by 2045, 2050, something like that. But we're not going to be able to pass this unless we bring people with us. I'm looking at these incredible senators from Nevada, Catherine Cortez Masto and Jackie Rosen, and I'm thinking that they know how important this is. And you can do this in a smart way. One, get back into that international climate change agreement. 2, clean power rules, bring those back. And the president can do this herself without Congress, as well as the gas mileage standard. But when it comes to putting a price on carbon, this is very important, Chuck. We have to make sure that that money goes back directly as dividends to the people that are going to need help for paying their bills. Otherwise, we're not going to pass it. So there has to be a heart to the policy to get this done.
Senator Warren, address the worker issue, if you don't mind, as well. Can you address the worker issue?
Yes, we can have a Green New Deal and create jobs. We need people in infrastructure who will help build. We have
manufacturing. They could lose that job tomorrow, though. That's what they're concerned about.
Those jobs are for tomorrow. Those are the ones we need to be working on to harden our infrastructure right now. But listen to Senator Klobuchar's point. She says we have to think smaller in order to get it passed. I don't think that's the right approach here. Why can't we get anything passed in Washington on climate? Everyone understands the urgency, but we've got 2 problems. The first is corruption, an industry that makes its money felt all through Washington. The first thing I want to do in Washington is pass my anti-corruption bill so that we can start making the changes we need to make on climate. And the second is the filibuster. If you're not willing to roll back the filibuster, then you're giving the fossil fuel industry a veto.
Thank you, Vanessa.
All of the work.
Senator, thank you. Vanessa's got the next question.
Vice President Biden, you have said that you want to hold oil and gas executives accountable for their role in harming our planet. You have even suggested that you might put them in jail. Which companies are you talking about, and how far are you willing to go?
I'm willing to go as far as we have to go. First of all, I would eliminate all the subsidies we have for oil and gas. Eliminate it, period. That would save millions and millions of billions of dollars. Number 2, I think that any executive who is engaged in, and by the way, minority communities are the communities being most badly hurt by the way in which we deal with climate change. They are the ones who become the victims. That's where the asthma is. That's where the groundwater supply has been polluted. That's where, in fact, people, do not have the opportunity to be able to get away from everything from still asbestos in the walls of our schools. I have $1 trillion program for infrastructure. That will provide for thousands and thousands of new jobs, not $15 an hour, but $50 an hour plus benefits. Unions being able to do that. And what it does is it will change the nature. Look, here's the last point my time's going to run out. Here's the last point I want to make to you. On day 1, when I'm elected president, I'm going to invite all of the members of the Paris Accord to Washington, D.C. They make up 85% of the problem. They know me. I'm used to dealing with international relations. I will get them to up the ante in a big way.
Vice President Biden, you didn't answer to my questions.
I thought I did.
What would you do with this these companies that are responsible for the destruction of our planet?
What would I do with them? I would make sure they, number one, stop. Number two, if you demonstrate that they, in fact, have done things already that are bad and they've been lying, they should be able to be sued. They should be able to be held personally accountable. And they should, and not only the company, not the stockholders, but the CEOs of those companies. They should be engaged. And it's a little bit like, look, this is the industry we should be able to sue. We should go after, just like we did the drug companies, just like we did with the tobacco companies. The only company we can't go after are gun manufacturers because my buddy here, but that's a different issue.
We're going to stay on the topic. My question is to Mayor Bloomberg. Mayor Bloomberg, your business is heavily invested in China. I think you mentioned that a few questions back. The #1 producer in the world of carbon emissions. How far would you go to force China to reduce those emissions and tackle the climate crisis?
Well, you're not going to go to war with them. You have to negotiate with them and try to, and we've seen how well that works with tariffs that are hurting us. What you have to do is convince the Chinese that it is in their interest as well. Their people are going to die just as our people are going to die, and we work together. In all fairness, the Chinese have slowed down. It's India that is an even bigger problem, but it is an enormous problem. Nobody's doing anything about it. We could, right here in America, make a big difference. We're closing the coal-fired power plants. If we enforced some of the rules on fracking so that they don't release methane into the air and into the water, you'll make a big difference. But we're not going to get rid of fracking for a while. And we frack, incidentally, not just natural gas, you frack oil as well. It is a technique, and when it's done poorly, like they're doing in too many places where the methane gets out into the air, it is very damaging. But it's a transition fuel. I think the senator said it right. We want to go to all renewables, but that's still many years from now. And before, I think the senator mentioned 2050 for some data. No scientist thinks the numbers for 2050 are 2050 anymore. They're 2040, 2035. The world is coming apart faster than any scientific study had predicted. We've just got to do something now.
Mayor Buttigieg, your thoughts.
Let's be real about the deadline. It's not 2050, it's not 2040, it's not 2030, it's 2020. Because if we don't elect a president who actually believes in climate science now, we will never meet any of the other scientific or policy deadlines that we need to. So first of all, let's make sure we're actually positioned to win, which once again, if we put forward two of the most polarizing figures on this stage as the only option, is going to be a real struggle. Now, I've got a plan to get us carbon neutral by 2050. And I think everybody up here has a plan that more or less does the same. So the real question is, how are we going to actually get it done? We need leadership to make this a national project that breaks down the partisan and political tug of war that prevents anything from getting done. How do you do it? Well, first of all, making sure that those jobs are available quickly. Secondly, ensuring that we are pulling in those very sectors who have been made to feel like they're part of the problem, from farming to industry, and fund as well as urge them to do the right thing. And then global climate diplomacy. I'm a little skeptical of the idea that convincing is going to do the trick when it comes to working with China. America has repeatedly overestimated our ability to shape Chinese ambitions. But what we can do is ensure that we use the hard tools
let me hear from Senator Warner
to enforce what has to happen.
Yes, I want to make sure that the question of environmental justice gets more than a glancing blow in this debate, because for generations now in this country, toxic waste dumps, polluting factories have been located in or near communities of color over and over and over, and the consequences are felt in the health of young African-American babies. It's felt in the health of seniors, people with compromised immune systems. It's also felt economically. Who wants to move into an area where the air smells bad or you can't drink the water? I have a commitment of $1 trillion to repair the damage that this nation has permitted to inflict on communities of color for generations now. We have to own up to our responsibility. We cannot simply talk about climate change in big global terms. We need to talk about it in terms of rescuing the communities that have been damaged.
Senator Warren, thank you. Hallie?
Vice President Biden, I want to ask you about something else that is important to people here. I want to ask you about Latinos owning 1 out of every 4 new small businesses in the United States. Many of them have benefited from President Trump's tax cuts, and they may be hesitant about new taxes or regulations. Will taxes on their small businesses go up under your administration?
No. Taxes on small business won't go up. Matter of fact, we're going to make sure there's more money available for small businesses in the Latino community and the black community to be able to get the capital to start businesses. At the Treasury Department, there's going to be a window available where we can significantly increase the amount of money available so people can borrow the money to get started. They have demonstrated they're incredibly successful. We should not be raising taxes on them. We should start rewarding work, not just wealth. That's why we have to change the tax code the way it is. That's why the wealthy have to start to pay their fair share. And that's why we have to focus on giving people the ability to garner wealth, generate wealth. And that's why this whole idea of redlining, lending to people in areas, wasn't the cause of Wall Street failing. The greed of Wall Street was the reason why it occurred, not redlining. And lastly, I want to say, look, the idea of China is, in their Belt and Road proposal, they're taking the dirtiest coal in the world, mostly out of Mongolia, and spreading it around the world. It's clear. Make it clear when you called into Washington in the first 100 days. If you continue, you will suffer severe consequences because the rest of the world will impose tariffs on everything you're selling because you are undercutting the entire economy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mayor Buttigieg, will taxes on those businesses go up under you?
Not if they are small businesses. I mean, what we've got to do is level the playing field where a company like Amazon or Chevron is paying literally zero on billions of dollars in profits, and it puts small businesses like the ones that are revitalizing my own city, often Latino-owned on our west side, at a disadvantage. We need to recognize that investing in Latino entrepreneurship is not just an investment in the Latino community, it is an investment in the future of America. And it is time for a president who understands the value of immigration in lifting up all of our communities and our country. We're getting the exact opposite message from the current president. And it is time to recognize not just the diversity of the Latino community, but the importance of issues like economic empowerment, like health care, as well as a tax system.
Very quickly, Senator Warren.
We have an entrepreneurship gap in America, and that is a gap between white entrepreneurs and black and Latino entrepreneurs. And the principal reason for this is they don't have the money for equity to get the businesses started. It's about a $7 billion gap. We want to have real entrepreneurship and a level playing field. I have a plan to put the $7 billion in to have the fund managed by the people who are routinely cut out. It can't just be about taxes. We need to make an investment to level the playing field and end the black and white.
Look, I want to get at something. Mayor Bloomberg, the vice president talked about redlining.
The only one here that started a business.
Mayor Bloomberg, you seem to imply that redlining and stopping stopping redlining is somehow contributed to the financial crisis.
That's exactly wrong.
And that was the implication that came out in the quote. So I want to give you a chance to clarify this.
I've been well on the record against redlining since I worked on Wall Street. I was against it during the financial crisis. I've been against it since. The financial crisis came about because the people that took the mortgages packaged them and other people bought them. That was where all the disaster was. Redlining is still a practice some places, and we've got to cut it out. But it's just not true. What I was going to say, we maybe want to talk about businesses. I'm the only one here that I think that's ever started a business. Is that fair? Okay. What we need is, I can tell you in New York City, we had programs, there are mentoring programs for the young business people so they can learn how to start a business. We had programs that could get them seed capital.
Okay.
We had programs to get branch banking in their neighborhoods, because if you don't have a branch bank there, you can't get a checking account. Can't get a checking account, you can't get a loan. You can't get a loan, you can't get a mortgage, then you don't have any wealth. There's ways to fix this, and it doesn't take trillions of dollars. It takes us to focus on the problems.
Senator Sanders, 45 seconds, and we're going to move on. Senator Sanders, 45 seconds.
You know, when we talk about a corrupt political system bought by billionaires like Mr. Bloomberg, it manifests itself in a tax code in which not only is Amazon and many other major corporations, some owned by the wealthiest people in this country, not paying a nickel in taxes, we have the insane situation that billionaires today, if you can believe it, have an effective tax rate lower than the middle class.
Senator,
So maybe
you're
just
the tax code. Why are you complaining?
What?
You wrote the code.
You did. You and your campaign. Not me. You and your campaign contributions electing people who represent the wealthy and the powerful.
Yes,
those are the folks.
Democrats. Thank you.
Well, and Republicans too.
Okay.
And George W. Bush as well.
Chuck.
Senator Klobuchar, let me address.
I was thinking
I
there's
understand
going
that,
to
but
be a
Senator Klobuchar.
boxing rematch on Saturday in Vegas, and those guys should go down there.
Senator Klobuchar, I actually want to get you to something about Senator Sanders tweeted last year, billionaires should not exist.
Okay.
What say you?
I believe in capitalism, but I think the goal of someone in government and a president of the United States should be a check on that. I'm not going to limit what people make, but I think right now our tax code is so tilted against regular people, and that is what's wrong. I was thinking of your question about small businesses. The small businesses I talk to, they have trouble getting employees because their employees don't have child care. We should have universal child care. And we have not been talking enough about Donald Trump. And let's just talk about Donald Trump, because he signed that tax bill that helped the wealthy. And he went down to Mar-a-Lago and he said to all his friends, you just got a lot richer. That is Exhibit A. And I can tell you the hardworking people in Nevada were not in that room. So the key to me is to not limit what people can make, but make sure that we have a government that is fair for everyone.
So, Senator Sanders, what did you mean that you don't think they should exist?
I'll tell you what I mean.
What did that mean?
We have a grotesque and immoral distribution of wealth and income. Mike Bloomberg owns more wealth than the bottom 125 million Americans. That's wrong. That's immoral. That should not be the case when we got 500,000 people sleeping out on the street, when we have kids who cannot afford to go to college, when we have 45 million people dealing with student debt. We have enormous problems facing this country, and we cannot continue seeing a situation where in the last 3 years, billionaires in this country saw an $850 billion increase in their wealth. Congratulations, Mr. Bloomberg. But the average American last year saw less than a 1% increase in his or her income. That's wrong.
Mayor Bloomberg, should you exist?
I can't speak for all billionaires. All I know is I've been very lucky, made a lot of money, and I'm giving it all away to make this country better. And a good chunk of it goes to the Democratic Party as well.
Is it too much? Have you earned too much money? Has it been an obscene amount of... Should you have earned that much money?
Yes. I worked very hard for it, and I'm giving it away.
All right. Thank you. Hallie.
Mayor Buttigieg, Senator Sanders has a proposal that would require all large companies to turn over up to 20% of their ownership to employees over time. Is that a good idea?
I think that employee ownership of companies is a great idea. I'm not sure it makes sense to command those companies to do it. If we really want to deliver less inequality in this country, then we got to start with the tax code. And we got to start with investments in how people are able to live the American dream, which is in serious decline. Matter of fact, last time I checked, the list of countries to live out the American dream, in other words, to be born at the bottom and come out at the top, we're not even in the top 10. Number one place to live out the American dream right now is Denmark. And as the, I think, lone person on this stage who's not a millionaire, let alone a billionaire, I believe that part of what needs to change is for the voices of the communities that haven't felt heard on Wall Street or in Washington to actually be brought to Capitol Hill. It's why I am building a politics designed around inclusion, designed around belonging, because the one thing that will definitely perpetuate the income inequality we're living with right now is for Donald Trump to be reelected because we polarized this country with the wrong nominee.
Senator Sanders, it's your policy.
That's to me, right?
It is your policy.
Thank you. It is my policy, and I'm very proud of that policy. All right? What we need to do to deal with this grotesque level of income and wealth inequality is make sure that those people who are working, you know what, Mr. Bloomberg, it wasn't you who made all that money. Maybe your workers played some role in that as well. And it is important that those workers are able to share the benefits. Also, when we have so many people who go to work every day and they feel not good about their jobs, they feel like cogs in a machine. I want workers to be able to sit on corporate boards as well so they can have some say over what happens to their lives.
Mayor Bloomberg, you own a large company. Would you support what Senator Sanders is proposing?
Absolutely not. I can't think of ways that would make it easier for Donald Trump to get reelected than listening to this conversation. It's ridiculous. We're not going to throw out capitalism. We tried that. Other countries tried that. It was called communism, and it just didn't work.
So let me make a proposal that will work, that has not only support from a majority of Democrats, but also from a majority of independents and a majority of Republicans. And that is a 2-cent wealth tax on all fortunes above $50 million. You hit $1 billion, you got to pay a few pennies more. This is a tax on the top 0.1% in America, and it permits us to start to restructure our economy. It means we can afford universal child care for every baby in this country age 0 to 5. It means we can have universal pre-K for every child in America. It means we can raise the wages of every child care worker and preschool teacher and stop exploiting the black and brown women who do this work. It means we can put $800 billion into our public schools, quadruple funding for Title I schools. And as a former special education teacher, we could fully fund IDEA so children with disabilities would get the full education they need. We could do college. We could put $50 billion into our historically black colleges and universities, and we could cancel student loan debt for 43 million Americans.
Thank you.
That's something a majority of Americans support, a 2-cent wealth tax. It is a question of values. Do we want to invest in Mr. Bloomberg, or do we want to invest in an entire generation of young
Senator
Americans?
Sanders, the next question is for you. Senator Sanders, in our latest NBC News Wall Street Journal poll released yesterday, 2/3 of all voters said they were uncomfortable with a socialist candidate for president. What do you say to those voters, sir?
What was the result of that poll? Who was winning?
The question's to you.
Well, the question was that I was winning, and I think by a fairly comfortable margin. Might mention that. But here is the point. Let's talk about democratic socialism, not communism, Mr. Bloomberg. That's a cheap shot. Let's talk about democratic. Let's talk about what goes on in countries like Denmark, where Pete correctly pointed out they have a much higher quality of life in many respects than we do. What are we talking about? We are living in many ways in a socialist society right now. Problem is, as Dr. Martin Luther King reminded us, we have socialism for the very rich, rugged individualism for the poor.
Wait a second.
Let me finish. When Donald Trump gets $800 million in tax breaks and subsidies to build luxury condominiums, that's socialism for the rich. When Walmart, we have to subsidize Walmart's workers who are on Medicaid and food stamps because the wealthiest family in America pays starvation wages. That's socialism for the rich. I believe in democratic socialism for working people, not billionaires. Health care for all, educational opportunity for all.
Senator, thank you. Mayor Bloomberg, would you like
that works
the
for
question
all,
was about
not just
socialism.
What a wonderful country we have. The best-known socialist in the country happens to be a millionaire with 3 houses. What did I miss here?
Well, you'll miss that I work in Washington, House 1.
That's the first problem.
Live in Burlington, House 2.
That's good.
And like thousands of other Vermonters, I do have a summer camp. Forgive me for that. Where is your home? Which tax haven do you have your home?
New York City, thank you very much. And I pay all my taxes. And I'm happy to do it because I get something for it. And let me say, I thought the senator next to me was half right. I agree we should raise taxes on the... No. I I disagree with the senator on the wealth tax, but I do agree with her that the rich aren't paying their fair share. We should raise taxes on the rich. I did that as mayor in New York City. I raised taxes, and if you take a look at my plans, the first thing I would do is try to convince Congress, because they've got to do it, we can't just order it, to roll back the tax cuts that the Trump administration put in with through Congress.
All right, Vice President Biden, weigh in on this question of Americans' feeling about socialist candidates.
Well, look, let me weigh in on, for 36 years and as vice president, I was listed as the poorest man in Congress. I made money when I wrote a book about my son, and it surprised me how much it sold. First time I ever made any money. And here's the deal. The fact is that we ought to start rewarding work, not just wealth. The idea that we have a tax rate for corporate America at 21% is ridiculous. It should be at 28%. That would raise almost $800 billion a year. The idea that we have companies not paying anything at all, they should have a minimum tax of 15%. That would raise another $740 billion a year. The idea that you're able to have a capital gains tax that you pay at the rate of 20% if you are if you are Mike Bloomberg or whomever has a whole lot of money, and someone else is paying at your staffer is paying at 25% is wrong. That would raise another $800 billion. We should be rewarding work, not just wealth. And the American people, the middle class is getting killed, and the poor have no way up.
All right. Vice President Biden, thank you. Chuck?
Mayor Buttigieg, I want to get you in on this because, in 2000, you wrote an award-winning essay. You praised Senator Sanders. You specifically praised him for embracing socialism. You have now since said that you're concerned about his policies. But I am curious about this. Are you out of touch with your own generation? Millennials, by a big chunk, embrace his version of democratic socialism. You do not. Are you out of touch with your generation?
No, look, it's true that I was into Bernie before it was cool. He was thank you, congressman at the time. And the qualities I admired then are qualities I still respect a great deal. I never said that I agree with every part of his policy views, then or now, but I appreciate that at least he's straightforward and honest about him. He's honest about the fact that taxes will go up on anybody making more than $29,000 to fund his health care plan, although, again, a little bit vague about how the rest of that
You're not being honest. Premiums would be eliminated.
But you're still raising those taxes, and
but we're saving people money because they don't pay any premiums, out-of-pocket expenses, co-payments, or deductibles. They're going to be much better off.
But where's the other $25 trillion supposed to come from? At a certain point, you got to do the math.
Well, we got it all up there on the internet. It's a payroll tax. A payroll tax.
No, but even after the payroll tax, you still have a
because we have a wealth tax. Elizabeth has a good one. Ours is a little bit tougher on Mr. Bloomberg than hers. We're going to raise it in a progressive way, which deals with income and wealth inequality, and make certain, finally, that health care in this country is a human right, not a privilege.
45 seconds. Senator Warren, I'm just going to close it out here. You went out of your way. You went out of your way to call yourself a capitalist,
yes,
to separate yourself from him. Why?
Yes, because I am. Look, Democrats want to beat Donald Trump, but they are worried. They are worried about gambling on a narrow vision that doesn't address the fears of millions of Americans across this country who see real problems and want real change. They are worried about gambling on a revolution that won't bring along a majority of this country. Amy and Joe's hearts are in the right place, but we can't be so eager to be liked by Mitch McConnell that we forget how to fight the Republicans. Mayor Buttigieg has been taking money from big donors and changing his positions. So it makes it unclear what it is he stands for other than his
Senator,
own.
thank you. Senator Klobuchar, go ahead. You got it. Senator Klobuchar, you've had it. Senator Klobuchar, go ahead. You got the floor for 45.
Thank you.
Go.
Number one, I have repeatedly said that we have to win big. And the way we win big is winning states like Nevada, but also winning the Senate races in Arizona and in Colorado and beyond. And the reason we want to do that is to send Mitch McConnell packing. And I think when you look at my history, I am the one that has done that. I am the one that can lead this ticket. And just because I am willing to talk about common ground, that's where America is. It is not with Mitch McConnell, who has 400 bills on his desk that should pass if we get rid of him. It is because I am willing to work with people and find common ground, and that's what we want in a president, Elizabeth. We don't want someone that looks at just plans.
Senator, thank you. We need to take another break here. We'll return to the Paris, Las Vegas in just a moment.
The hottest sneakers. Impossible to get. Until now. Every pair. Every grail. Always available. Always authentic. Never sold out. Millions know. Now you do too. StockX. Now you know. Visit StockX.com today.
I recently purchased the Everlywell food sensitivity test. My test from the doctor showed negative on everything, and the Everlywell came back, and turns out I am really sensitive to dairy. So since eliminating dairy from my diet, I feel so much better, I have so much more energy, and my skin has cleared up. So I am so glad I did it. I definitely recommend it.
I, Eleanor, regret registering at the same store my parents did 30 years ago.
So regret that.
And I, Marie, wish someone had told us that there are hundreds of affordable invitations.
And save the dates.
On Zola.com.
Thank yous are easy too, because Zola tracks everything you get off your registry.
Let me see that. Oh.
We've helped 1 million couples plan their weddings with free websites, registry, and invitations. Get started for free at Zola.com.
My prescriptions used to be really expensive, but then I went to GoodRx.com.
It just works. You put in the drug you're looking for, and bang, you've got half a dozen or more choices in front of you of pricing and locations to get it.
You never think about shopping around for medication prices.
I have good insurance, but with GoodRx, I save even more money.
What? I was paying how much?
And it's absolutely free. No cost to me whatsoever.
I get to save $1,180 a year with GoodRx. This is awesome.
Go to GoodRx.com and check it out.
Are you putting off getting life insurance because you think it's complex, expensive, and time-consuming? Are you concerned about leaving your family unable to afford the mortgage, college tuition, and medical expenses? Ethos is life insurance the human way. You can apply in minutes online at ethoslife.com. A 35-year-old can get $1 million in coverage for just $50 a month with Ethos, often without a medical exam. Don't put off the decision any longer. Apply in just 10 minutes. Go to ethoslife.com. Get a free personalized quote at ethoslife.com.
This is Kate. She's a Lola loyalist. But she wasn't always. Kate never even thought about the ingredients in tampons until her best friend Jenny broke the news.
Tampon companies aren't required to tell you what's actually in a tampon.
What? I know, right? Not cool. So Jenny introduced Kate to Lola, a female-founded company whose tampons and pads are made with only one ingredient, 100% cotton. And Lola makes customizing your order easy, so you get exactly what you need delivered with free shipping. Subscribe today at mylola.com.
Yai? Do you know where my keys are? The store. Keys. Oh. Where are my keys? Wait, I see my keys. Where are my keys?
Dry your head, Mama.
Of course.
Celebrated as Best of the Year across the country, the New York Times calls it a timely show that has become a sensation and a wildfire, something every citizen must see. What the Constitution Means to Me. Coming to the Broadway Playhouse starting March 4th. Visit Broadway in Chicago.
Free today.
presidential debate. To kick off our next round of questioning, here's Hallie.
Mayor Buttigieg, to you. In 2018, Mayor Bloomberg was the biggest outside spender, helping Democrats running for Congress. He's also donated billions towards causes like climate change, gun safety, education. If his money wasn't a problem then, why is it a problem now?
Oh, I think he should absolutely be doing everything in his power to defeat Donald Trump. I just don't think that has to result in him becoming the president of the United States. Look, our party has values. We were built around values like making sure we protect working people. But Mayor Bloomberg opposed raising the minimum wage. Our party has a tradition that includes excellent presidents like Barack Obama, who Mayor Bloomberg opposed. At the end of the day, it's not just about how much money you've got. It's what you stand for. And we are living at a moment when Americans are so deeply frustrated with the way that both Wall Street and Washington seem to have overlooked our lives. You know, the view from the porch of my one house in Indiana is that they can't even see us sometimes. And if we're going into the election of our lives against a president who rose to power by cynically exploiting the frustration of ordinary Americans feeling like leaders weren't speaking to them, then I think that turning to someone like Mayor Bloomberg, who thinks he can buy this election, is no better a way to succeed than turning to somebody like Senator Sanders, who wants to burn the House down.
Mr. Vice President.
You know, if you excuse the point of personal privilege, used to say, it was said that I was in the pocket of Mitch McConnell. I'm the only person on this stage that's beaten Mitch McConnell on 4 major cases. Let me finish. Let me finish. And Mitch McConnell, I've been the object of his affection and the president's affection. The way he's gone after me, this new Republican Party, after me, after my son, after my family. I don't need to be told I'm a friend of Mitch McConnell's. Mitch McConnell has been the biggest pain in my neck in a long time. And so that's number one. Number two, we have to have somebody who understands what it's like for ordinary people. Ordinary people come up. They have to understand, like my dad made that longest walk up a short flight of stairs, say, I don't have a job, honey. We have to move. You got to move with Grandpa. How long it took to buy a house. How long it took to get back in the game again. They have to understand the needs of ordinary people, and they are getting killed no matter what people say about this economy, how good it is. And the good part of the economy, it's only 60 seconds, not up yet. And the fact is that we are in a situation where you have the president making clear that he doesn't want any part of me being his opponent. He's spending $125,000 this week to keep me from being an opponent. I wonder why.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
So,
Vanessa,
can I respond to the Vice President's comments, please? He's identifying me specifically in this.
45 seconds to you,
I was responding to an accusation.
So, no, the point is different. Here's what happened. According to the New York Times, the last time that Mitch McConnell was on the ballot, the Vice President stood in the Oval Office and said, I hope that Mitch gets reelected so I can keep working with him. Well, Mitch did get reelected. He did not have an epiphany. Instead, he blocked nearly everything that Barack Obama tried to pass.
Did you ever
and he stole a Supreme Court seat from the Democrats, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator. Our next question goes to Senator Klobuchar. About 700,000 young people known as dreamers or soñadores who were brought to this country as children are currently protected from deportation because of a program that is now under the review by the Supreme Court. If the court sides with the Trump administration, which is eager to end this protection, what exactly is your plan to protect the dreamers permanently?
To win, to beat Donald Trump, the best way to protect the dreamers is to have a new president. There are the votes there to protect the dreamers. And I have been working on this since I got to the United States Senate. In my first campaign, I actually had a bunch of ads run against me because I was standing up for immigrants. And when I think of dreamers and I try to explain it to my state, I found a 99-year-old Hispanic war veteran who was a dreamer when he was brought over to this this country. And back then, he just went to Canada for a night and came back, and he was a permanent citizen because they needed him to serve in World War II. Now, not so easy. The Dreamers are our future. The Dreamers are so important in Nevada, and the best way we can get this done is to beat Donald Trump, but it is to pass comprehensive immigration reform, which creates a path to citizenship to so many hardworking people, will bring down the deficit by $158 billion, and will bring peace for these dreamers.
Thank you so much,
no other
Senator
country but our own.
Thank you.
If you're going to run based on your record of voting in Washington, then you have to own those votes, especially when it comes to immigration. You voted to confirm the head of Customs and Border Protection under Trump, who was one of the architects of the family separation policy. You voted to make English the national language. Do you know the message that sends in as multilingual a state as Nevada to immigrants? You have been unusual among Democrats, I think the Democrat among all of the senators running for president, most likely to vote for Donald Trump's judges, who we know are especially hostile to Dreamers and to the rights of immigrants. Now, in South Bend, it was not always easy to stand up in a conservative place like Indiana on immigration, but we delivered. We created a municipal ID program so that Dreamers and others who were undocumented were able to navigate everyday life. We stood up for those rights and stood with members of our community with the message that they were as American as we are. A los soñadores hay que decir que este país es tu país también.
Everyone was as perfect. I wish everyone was as perfect as you, Pete, but let me tell you what it's like to be in the arena. And number one, do the math. If my friend Andrew Yang was up here, that's what he'd say. In fact, I have opposed and not supported 2/3 of the Trump judges, so get your numbers right. And I am in the top 10 to 15 of opposing them. Number two, when it comes to immigration reform, the things that you are referring to, that official that you are referring to was supported by about half the Democrats, including someone in this room. And I will say this, he was highly recommended by the Obama officials. You know why? Because Trump had so few career people. I did not one bit agree with these draconian policies to separate kids from their parents. And in my first 100 days, I would immediately change that. And I would add one more thing. I have been in the arena. Ted Kennedy, he had made a pretty big allegation against me again, and I think I should have a right to respond.
I'm stating the facts because these are votes that you took, and those votes set you alone among the Democrats running for president. No other is it true or is it false that no other Democrat from the Senate running for president voted that way?
What you've said about the judges are false. You are comparing me to two colleagues up here on the stage, and you are forgetting one thing.
I would say anybody who ran for president this cycle, Senator Harris, Senator Booker, saw through this. If you could let me finish, since I've been in the arena, Ted Kennedy asked me to work on the first immigration bill. We were able, with President Bush, to at least get that bill to a vote. I'm sorry, but Senator Sanders actually opposed that bill, and I worked on it, and if we had gotten that bill done, there would have been a path to citizenship for so many people. Then I worked on the 2013 bill. I'm actually so proud of the work I've done on immigration reform, and you know what? You have not been in the arena doing that work. You've memorized a bunch of talking points and a bunch of things, but I can tell you one thing. What the people of this country want, they want a leader that has the heart for the immigrants of this country, and that is me. You know, maybe leading a diverse city that was facing ruin doesn't sound like the arena to you. I'm used to senators telling mayors that senators are more important than mayors, but this is the arena too. You don't have to be in Washington to matter. You don't have to be on Capitol Hill for your work to be significant.
Guys,
the arena
we are at the end. We are at the end here. We are at the end here. I got to let that one go. We are less than 2 weeks away from a national primary, and I want to ask all of you this simple question. There's a very good chance none of you are going to have enough delegates to the Democratic National Convention to clinch this nomination. Okay? If that happens, I want all of your opinions on this. Should the person with the most delegates at the end of this primary season be the nominee, even if they are short of a majority? Senator Sanders, I'm going to let you go last here because I know your view on this. So instead, I will start with you, Mayor Bloomberg.
Whatever the rules of the Democratic Party are, they should be followed. And if they have a process, which I believe they do,
I'm trying to do
so
this,
that
yes or no,
everybody else, everybody can.
So you want the convention to work its will?
Yes.
Senator Warren.
But a convention working its will means that people have the delegates that are pledged to them, and they keep those delegates until
Should the
you
leading
come
person?
to the convention.
No?
All of the
Okay.
people.
All righty. Vice President Biden?
Play by the rules.
Yes or no? Leading person with the delegates, should they be the nominee or not?
No, let the process work its way out.
Mayor Buttigieg?
Not necessarily, not till there's a
Senator
majority.
Klobuchar?
Let the process work.
Senator Sanders?
Well, the process includes 500 superdelegates on the second ballot. So I think that the will of the people should prevail. Yes. Person
Thank you,
who has
guys.
the most votes should become the nominee.
5 no's and a yes.
We are not done yet. We're back with more from Las Vegas after a short break.
Read. Read yourself past the junk, past the hashtags and the troll armies, the partisan pandering, past all the social media that's making your head feel like. Past the gossip mags and millions of stories uploaded each day. Read yourself past the algorithms, because no one ever did anything big by reading small. Read yourself better.
We both know there are Nazis here in America.
We would bring God's justice to them.
How did Nazis get into the States? They were brought here. This is the greatest mass conspiracy in our nation's history.
This is bigger than anyone realizes.
As parents of 6, this network is one less thing I have to worry about.
Why the Aceves family chose Verizon.
We all use our phones very differently.
These two are always gaming, and this one's always on FaceTime.
And my oldest is learning to be a pilot. We need a reliable network because I need to know he's safe. As soon as he lands, he knows he better call Mama.
Mama.
The network more people rely on gives you more. Like plans your family can mix and match starting at just $35. So everyone gets the plan they need and Apple Music on us. Plus iPhone 11 on us when you buy the latest iPhone. That's Verizon.
HelloFresh. I can always count on you. So my days can get pretty jam-packed. Whether I have a 14-hour day on set or a writing session, it's so important for me that I take the best care of myself that I can. And that's why HelloFresh is important to me, because what I put in my body determines what I get out of it. These are all fresh ingredients. They're delicious and they make me feel incredibly healthy. HelloFresh is my secret tool to feeling my best and doing my absolute best.
Go to HelloFresh.com and use code LEAH10 for 10 free meals, including free shipping.
We're grateful for what you bring, and all the sparks you've shown, and the thousands of towns that we get to call home.
My parents never taught me anything about managing money.
The amount of student loan debt I have, I'm embarrassed to even say.
We just decided we didn't want debt any longer.
I didn't realize how easy investing could be.
I'm picking companies that I believe in.
I think SoFi Money is amazing. Thank you, SoFi.
SoFi, thank you. We love you. Medicare for All, Medicare buy-in, and the public option are one-size-fits-all government health insurance systems.
American families would face higher taxes, longer wait times, and lower quality care. Get the facts.
Exploring the heart of historic Europe with Viking, you'll get closer to iconic landmarks, to local life and legendary treasures, as you sail on board our patented, award-winning Viking longships. You'll enjoy many extras, including Wi-Fi, cultural enrichment from ship to shore, and engaging excursions. Viking, voted #1 river cruise line by Condé Nast readers. Learn more at vikingcruises.com.
The sun is rising as the day begins. Time for reflecting on family and friends.
You dang woodchucks.
Geico Sequels. The saving questions turn to the nerds.
Welcome back, everyone. It is time for closing statements. Each candidate will have 1 minute, and we begin with Senator Klobuchar.
This has been quite a debate. And what I want everyone out there watching to remember is that what unites us is so much bigger than what divides us, and that we need a candidate that can bring people with her. Yes, a fired-up Democratic base, but also independents and moderate Republicans. And I've done that every single time. I have won every race down to 4th grade. A lot of boasting up here, so thought I'd add that. Secondly, you need someone who can govern, and I have passed over 100 bills as the lead Democrat. And third, you need someone that has the heart to be the president. They were talking a lot about heart conditions up here. We have a president right now that doesn't have a heart. I love the people of this country, and I ask for the vote of the people of Nevada, because this state gets it. They get that maybe you don't agree with every single thing that's said on this debate stage, but we understand that the heart of America is bigger than any
Senator
heart that guy
Klobuchar.
has in the White House.
Senator
I
Klobuchar,
ask you to
thank you.
join me at amyklobuchar.com.
Senator, thank you.
Mayor Bloomberg, to you.
Well, you can join me at MikeBloomberg.com, too, if you want, but I'm not asking for any money. Look, this is a management job, and Donald Trump's not a manager. This is a job where you have to build teams. He doesn't have a team, and it's not just the President of the United States. They should have experience. They should have credentials. They should understand what they're doing and the implications thereof. And then we should, as a society, try to hold them accountable so the next time they go before the voters, if they haven't done the job, we shouldn't just say, oh, nice person, gives a good speech. We should say, didn't do the job, and you're out of here.
Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Mayor Buttigieg, 1 minute.
In Nevada, I'm asking for your vote because America is running out of time, and this is our only chance to defeat Donald Trump. If you look at the choice between a revolution or the status quo, and you don't see where you fit in that picture, then join us. And yes, go to peakforamerica.com and help out, because we need to draw everybody that we can who believes that we need to empower workers, who believes in climate science, who believes in doing something about gun violence, and recognizes that the only way we can do this is to create a sense of belonging in this country that moves us out of the toxic and polarized moment that we are living in today. I already see an American majority ready to do these things. Now we have a responsibility to galvanize, not polarize, that majority. We cannot afford to lean on the same Washington playbook. We cannot afford to alienate half the country. We must step forward into the future in order to win and in order to govern a country that will be facing issues the likes of which we'd barely thought of just a few years ago. I'm asking you to join me so that we can deliver that future together.
Senator Warren.
I grew up fighting. I grew up out in Oklahoma, and I learned it probably from my mother. I watched when my daddy had a heart attack and didn't have any money coming in, when our car was lost and when we were on the edge of losing our home. I watched my mother fight to save our family. And I grew up fighting to save our family, my family. I eventually made it through school and spent my life as a teacher and looking into why it is that so many families across this country are struggling and why it gets worse year after year after year. I, for years, have fought for unions to say the way we're going to restructure this economy is we're going to make it easier to join a union and get more power into unions. To fight for students who have been cut out of opportunity over and over because of the rising cost of an education. Look, for me, I am, of all the people on this stage, I've been a politician the shortest time, but I've been the one out fighting for families the longest time. I promise you this, give me a chance, I'll go to the White House and I'll fight for your family.
Thank you, Senator.
Vice President Biden.
I'm running because so many people.
Please give us a moment. We'll clear the room and let Senator Biden, you have 1 minute.
Look, I'm running because so many people are being left behind. People I grew up with in Scranton. When my dad lost his job, lost his house, had to move. We moved to Claymont. We found ourselves in a position where we had little ability to get anything done. And my dad worked like hell. I learned a lot. I've been knocked down a whole hell of a lot. I know what it's like to be knocked down. But I know you have to get back up. We have to provide some safety and security for the American people. Right here in Nevada, the site of the most significant mass murder in American history, guns. Our kids are getting sent to school, having to hide under desks, learn how to run down corridors to avoid being shot. It's immoral. I'm the only one that's beaten the NRA nationally, and I beat them twice. With regard to health care, it also is something that is a right. Obamacare has to be expanded. It can be, in fact, cover everybody. And lastly, I think it's important that on day one, we deal with sending an immigration bill to the desk. The only person in here has the worst record on immigration is Bernie, because Bernie voted against the 2007 bill. Had, in fact, that immigration bill passed, there would be 6 million members would be now American citizens.
All right. Senator Sanders, you have 1 minute for your closing remarks.
Unfortunately, RULAC, among other groups, Latino groups, saw that bill having provisions akin to slavery, Joe. But the bottom line is all of us are united in defeating the most dangerous president in the modern history of this country. That we agree on. But where we don't agree, I think, is why we are today the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all people. Why 3 people own more wealth than the bottom half of America when 500,000 people sleep out on the street. Why hundreds of thousands of bright young kids can't afford to go to college and 45 million remain in student debt. Bottom line here, real change never takes place from the top on down, never takes place from an oligarchy controlled by billionaires. We need to mobilize millions of people to stand up for justice. That's our campaign. Join us at BernieSanders.com. Thank you.
Senator, thank you. Folks, thank you. That concludes tonight's debate. Our thanks to my fellow moderators, to the candidates, and of course to all of you, the audience here and at home. The Nevada caucuses are this Saturday, with the South Carolina primary just 1 week later. Then the big prize, Super Tuesday on March 3rd. We'll be following it all for you. For now, for all of us at NBC News, I'm Lester Holt. Good day.
And so begins our coverage. Brian Williams here with you in New York. 2 ways, of course, of looking at what just transpired on that stage.
For him. And sometimes he looked like somebody who was saying, you know, I paid $400 million for this podium and I can't get a chance to speak. And he got better as the night went on, I thought, but it wasn't a great first showing for him.
And what will that mean, Dana, in terms of it not being a good night for Bloomberg, and that's putting it lightly?
That's a really key question, because as I'm watching this, I'm remembering saying the same thing about Donald Trump over and over again in 2016, that he didn't have a good night, that he was up against the wall on, name your issue or name your scandal or name your misstep, and it didn't matter. This is not 2016. This is 2020. This is not the Republican Party. It's the Democratic Party. There's so many things that are different, but I agree with Gloria. The former mayor was completely out of his realm. He did not expect frankly, the additional moderator in this debate, Elizabeth Warren, who asked all of the key follow-ups in the debate because she was ready for bear. And that's another thing we can talk about, Elizabeth Warren, how she, she had a very good debate. But I don't know that
Number one, he just found out he'd make the debate yesterday. There were 2 times when I wasn't sure if I was going to make the debate, and my team got me together to prepare. And you're really not sure if you're preparing because you're like, I'm not sure if I'm going to be in this debate. So Mike, even though he was, I'm sure, getting coached and prepared, he was like, I don't know if I'm going to be in this debate. And so I don't think he was coached hard enough. Number 2, he was clearly instructed to keep his cool no matter what. But that ended up presenting as being lethargic and uninterested for a big chunk of the debate. And the third most telling thing is that if I'm his team, you know he's going to get a stop and frisk question. like a gender discrimination or mistreatment question. So you coach him and you have him give you 60, 75-second answers over and over again until he can do it in his sleep. And the fact that he did not have those answers at his fingertips lets me know categorically he was not properly prepared for this debate.
Well, they say they coached him on all of those issues. So
And that he had extensive debate prep with real mock debates, with his aides playing all the roles of all the people.
Listen, this was a disaster for Bloomberg. Bloomberg went in as the Titanic, billion-dollar machine Titanic. Titanic meet iceberg Elizabeth Warren. She him to task in a way that I've never seen in a debate. She took it over. She prosecuted him. But the worst part about it is, for me, a lot of African Americans are placing great hope in Bloomberg. Despite the stop and frisk and all that sort of stuff, you're seeing people trying to move over there. And he just wasn't ready. He was tone deaf on issue after issue. And the reason why, he's not been in those living rooms. He hasn't been doing those town halls. He doesn't know attacking people for, I have too much money for TurboTax? This is a great answer? A lot of people watching use TurboTax. His answer on women was terrible. He got completely destroyed on the NDA question. His answer on stop and frisk was as bad as it could possibly be. And then he basically lied on his answer when it came to redlining. He, on every major thing that people who are looking for a champion, just wanting to see some contrition and some professionalism, he let people down tonight. And he's got to go back to the woodshed and get it from his team and come back better next time.
Now that's an interesting point. They all are. But the last one, Andrew, let me come back to you. There's a difference, and you guys know this very well, between being prepped and accepting the preparation. Do you believe that Bloomberg doesn't know how to answer these questions, or doesn't accept what his team wants the answers to be? There's a meaningful distinction.
There really is a distinction, Chris, and it's very apt, because you can only be coached if you're willing to be coached. I mean, everyone who works for Bloomberg works for Bloomberg. So there's no one that could be like, hey, Mike, like, you have to, like, yeah, that was terrible. You have to do it again. We're going to videotape you and show it to you.
Did that happen with you?
Not let him, yes, that happened to me. And then you don't let the person leave the room. And the people who are working with me worked for me too, but like, they knew that I was coachable. Like, if they were like, hey, Yang, like, that was not great. Here, we'll show it to you. Like, let's like do it again. Then I'd be like, all right, let's do it again. And there were times I did not want to be there at all. But like in Mike's case, if he didn't want to be there, he's not going to be there. Like, you know what I mean? Like there's no one on his team who can be like, that was terrible. This is going to potentially damage your campaign to a very, very high degree. And you need to not, and I know this is the case because I saw him on stage. Like, if you get the obvious question and you don't pivot to this memorized script that your team has hammered into you, then you just did not get prepared, or you were not willing to prepare yourself.
He did, but he wasn't ready for the follow-up.
But I have to tell you something. You have to think about it in terms of willingness versus readiness. And you guys have dealt with this with Canada. You've been both, right? You've been a prepper and you've been getting prepped. Yep. We all know that Mike Bloomberg knows how he feels about everything he was asked. He's incredibly intelligent. If he's not giving the answers, I don't know it's because he didn't know what was going to follow, but he doesn't like to have to say the things he has to say. The answer to that is a big difference for his future, is it not?
He knew exactly what question was going to come at him. I've done a lot of debates.
You could see it on his face. Even when Warren was hitting him, he was watching the fist hit his face.
Yeah, but I think he was surprised at the intensity of the attacks. Michael Bloomberg is not used to being attacked, okay? I agree with you. You know, these people all work for him. He pays them all a lot of money. Yelling at him is just something that's not normally how they do the construct in the Bloomberg empire. So, listen, it was a tough night for him. First debate he had. These debates have been going on since June. He's going to have other opportunities. I thought it was a great night for Warren. I thought Biden had effective attacks also on Bloomberg, on health care, on stop and frisk, on Obamacare. I thought the big winner tonight was Bernie Sanders.
I agree.
Bernie Sanders was the front runner going into this, and nobody touched him tonight. And if you're a front runner going into a debate and it's all over here and no one's touching you, He is going to roll through Nevada, and it was a big night, I think, for Bernie Sanders.
I feel like it was a fine night for Bernie Sanders, but Elizabeth Warren crushed that debate. The network that sponsored the debate tonight actually left her out of their major national poll, their head-to-heads against Trump. And she came out tonight and said, ignore this.
Right.
Like, that was the senator that we watched make bank executives cry when she was a senator. That's the person that there's no question that she could go toe-to-toe with Trump. She left Bloomberg in a puddle on that debate stage. So I think that question is clearly put to bed. And I think at this point, we're probably going to start treating her like the third place candidate she currently is. If she's still in third place, the next time we get a delegate count in after a fabulous night like
It's
tonight.
not the first time, Gloria, that Elizabeth Warren has been identified as the best political athlete on the stage. Love you, brother, but I'm saying in terms of, what she can do skill for skill, toe to toe, it has not resonated at the polls the same way.
And after the last debate, I believe it was, she said that her problem was that she didn't interject herself enough.
That's what she said to us down there.
And that's right. That's where I heard it. And then, there you go. And then tonight, she was clearly making up for that because she did interject herself. Let me say one thing about Bloomberg. The one argument he made, which he needed to make over and over again, which he didn't, was about electability, because that is his whole shtick, just like it's Biden's shtick. And he came straight out and said to Sanders, and I think the quote is, I don't think there's a chance of the senator beating President Trump. If he goes and is the candidate, we'll have Donald Trump for another 4 years, and we can't stand that.
Andrew, is that true?
Well, that's his argument, and there are a lot of Democrats.
You agree with the argument?
There are a lot of Democrats who are concerned that if you have Bernie at the top of the ticket, it's going to mean a very, very tough night in a lot of swing states.
Do you think it's a fair concern, or do you think it's more about what they're used to versus watching a movement?
How he hasn't had all these days in the town halls and the living rooms and whatnot. Back when he was considering running, more than 12 months ago, he actually took trial trips to New Hampshire and Iowa to see if he could relate to the people. And he concluded that it was not his thing. And then he said, hey, I'm not running. And it was only, more recently that he changed his mind on that. So he's a very smart, data-driven guy. He went and got the data. And the data was not very promising at that point. And I think, unfortunately, that manifested itself tonight on the debate stage.
But back then, it's because the data show that Joe Biden was in his lane and Joe Biden was doing well.
Let me just say a couple things. Part of the reason why this is so fascinating is because he walked into his dream scenario. Bloomberg had a dream scenario, which is that Bernie would be rising, creating a demand for a moderate, and that Biden would be fading and failing and falling, and that there would be a need for a hero to walk onto the stage and give people something to believe in. And his dream scenario turned into a nightmare tonight. That is what happened. Now, he's got enough ad cover that it may not even matter because every other ad for the rest of your life is going to be on Bloomberg. But something about that should be troubling to even people who like Bloomberg. This should have been an opportunity for him to put to bed a whole series of questions that have been troubling people for the past 2 weeks. His stop and frisk answer was just terrible. He pretended that he somehow didn't know that African-American men in this town and Latino and Latinos and others in this town were suffering. There were lawsuits, there were protests. He didn't acknowledge that. When Elizabeth Warren asked a question about the NDA, he just didn't know how to deal with it. These are the kinds of things that somebody who wants to be president of the United States, who wants to be commander-in-chief, you've got to be able to handle those things so we can hear you on the other things. And he failed tonight. He did.
One of the things we're learning is that if you're going to make the electability argument the centerpiece of your case, you can't just say it. You have to show it. You have to prove it. There are a lot of people who think Bernie Sanders isn't electable, but there is a movement of people who disagree with them. Joe Biden made his whole candidacy about his ability to beat Trump, but he hasn't been able to put up the voters. Mike Bloomberg decided to come in with the same thing, and he showed up on this stage. If we didn't know who absolutely. I don't think any Democrat is looking at that and going, that's the guy who's going to save us against Trump in November. So maybe next time these guys will do a little bit showing and more showing and less telling when it comes to electability.
That was the 2016 Republican primary. A lot of the same things were said about Trump. That people were hitting him left and right and what worked and what didn't.
Oh, yeah.
He can't handle the questions.
I said some of them. Yeah.
And, the idea of sleeping on a movement, I think, matters. The Republican is a different party than Democrat. How do you think this type of fight plays for your people?
Yeah, the one thing I want to caution everybody who's watching this tonight, We are now coming up a very brutal primary calendar coming up. So we're going to have Nevada, then we're going to have South Carolina. And 3 days later, we have 14 states, including California, Texas, North Carolina, Virginia. Big states with lots of delegates. The one thing, maybe 6 to 8 million people watched the debate tonight. I don't know, but I can tell you this. Hundreds of millions of people have been seeing these Bloomberg ads.
Right.
They've been seeing Barack Obama. They've been hugging each other. They've seen that. I don't know what it is, but I can tell you his ground game, he has 2,200 staff. In Virginia, he has 100 staff. North Carolina, 200, 14 offices. I just caution everybody here with this calendar, the way it is coming up. A lot of people may not be watching tonight or turned out early. You just don't know what the ground game is.
Well, but the calendar coming up is good for Bernie Sanders. If you look at California, for example.
Bernie and someone else.
Bernie and
someone
someone
with a lot
else.
of money.
And you know, if you have millions and millions of dollars and you could cut clips from this debate and you say, show the clip, you show the... Well,
show the good clip.
Show the good clip. Well, that's the way it works, right? Show the good clip where he challenges Sanders on his electability. You can use that in an ad.
One clip.
One clip.
That's all you
But
need.
isn't this interesting though? Like, okay, so yes, here's what we know. You've got another billionaire who's running, who may wind up being Teflon. He just may be able to run over everybody, and these things may not matter that much. But from a party point of view, mainline Democrats are being squeezed out by Bernie and Bloomberg. Bernie is leading a bottom-up insurgency from the left, but he's not actually a Democrat. And then now you have this top-down incursion from the right, from Bloomberg, millions of people, billions of dollars. He's really not a Democrat either.
What does that tell you?
It tells me that there's a judgment that's going on with the American people that the mainline Democrats are something wrong. There's something defective. There's something that's not cutting the cheese. And so these outside forces are coming in, squeezing them out. And so Bernie versus Bloomberg, I think whatever happens tonight, what you're seeing is that there's a judgment on this party. And, you know, frankly, one of the people I had the most hope in is you, because you had a different set of ideas. But the people should be looking in the mirror in this party to figure out what is going on here, because really we should have other choices than just these two outsiders.
You know, we do have other choices than just those two outsiders. There were other people on the stage who had very good nights. I think Elizabeth Warren won this debate. I think she should be treated like the top-tier candidate she is. I think Pete and Amy got a little bit too much into it with each other in order. Usually both of them come out doing really well in these debates. Amy's zingers sort of, they zung back on her. It didn't work tonight, whereas the mom humor is usually really, it's great for her.
She got annoyed.
She did. I mean, she has not made her concerns with Pete a secret. And I think tonight she finally got enough under his skin that he started going back at her, and that wasn't a great look for either of those candidates. I thought Biden had a pretty good night.
I did.
Just to go back to what you were saying, and I agree with you. That's kind of the point I was making about, you know, we said these things about Donald Trump in 2016. And one of the reasons why Donald Trump was so successful is because he had a movement behind him, and he is charismatic, and he you know, he picked at things that he saw out there, fear, stoked it, all of those things, but it worked. The question is, look, Michael Bloomberg, he doesn't have a movement behind him. No. He doesn't have. There's nobody who's, you know, going rah rah Michael Bloomberg, but what he does have is a foil in the White House, and what he does have is the argument that he did make for the one clip that he can put out there in his ad. You know, you don't have to love me. I'm not perfect, but I can beat this guy. I've got the dollars. I've got the experience. I can do this. And that might be enough.
What about Democrats wanting to fall in love? You know, what's that saying about Democrats?
That is a great
in 2020.
tease. That is a great tease. Is the proposition of basically I can win the bidding war that Bloomberg is going to make, is that a message that works for Democrats? Was tonight, what you saw on that stage, was that a step closer to winning for Democrats? We'll take that on right after this.
We made USAA insurance for busy veterans like Kate. So when her car got hit, she didn't waste any time. She filed the claim on her USAA app and said, that was easy. USAA, what you're made of, we're made for.
All right, we're back here with the power players. We shouldn't lose all sensitivity. Andrew, this is you watching it in a totally different way now that you joined the CNN team. What is it like for you watching it up there on stage and the feeling of what if I had been there versus being here? What's that like?
Well, certainly miss being on the debate stage on many levels. But we were talking about Mike Bloomberg's experience and how I actually anticipated he was going to have a tough night, in part because of the timing of his qualification, and then looking at his campaign schedule, where if you're campaigning, and then someone says, hey, we've set aside this time to prepare for the debate, it's actually very hard to get into debate mode. Like, it's almost like another mindset. And to me, the big mistake they made, and this is going to sound, possibly controversial, but I thought they should have advised him to skip this debate. I thought they should have just said, look, I'm not on the Nevada ballot. This is going to confuse voters. We'll see you in the next one. And then some people would have given him a hard time about it, but then he would have had a genuine runway to actually try and get, frankly, prepared to have a better night. And to me, that was the missed opportunities. They should have just said, look, like, I'm going to skip Nevada.
You know who agrees with you? The campaign.
Yeah, the campaign. He just put out a statement saying about Bloomberg, he was just warming up tonight. We fully expect Mike will continue to build on tonight's performance when he appears on the stage in South Carolina next Tuesday.
Oh, that's devastating.
Yeah,
I
that was
mean,
the
usually
last
your
paragraph.
inbox is full of every candidate saying that they
Well,
have
it
won
does
the
start
debate.
by saying you know you're a
paragraph
winner
of
when
their
you're drawing
statement.
attacks from all the candidates.
Right.
But that's the most important
That's
part
very
of the
modest
statement.
spin.
That is D-spin, I think, and they did say that it took them 3 months to build a campaign, et cetera, but it's clear that they know that this really wasn't his
If the
moment.
whole point is you coming in as a juggernaut, then explaining why you're not.
I will tell you, though, one thing that really struck me about this debate was it was so much about Bernie Sanders and it was so much about Mike Bloomberg that it was not at all about Donald Trump. There wasn't, to me, just listening to this, we've talked about this before, Terry, about why Democrats, when they talk about health care, aren't they talking about Republicans and pre-existing conditions and what would happen? And impeachment, okay, that was never mentioned, whatever. But where are the attacks on the President of the United States that they have to make to the American people? I don't know. You tell me. Maybe this isn't the time to do it, but it always rings
I think
hollow to me.
tonight, Gloria, literally for these people, this could be their last stand.
Exactly.
Because you got Nevada, South Carolina, Super Tuesday. They had to go with each other tonight.
Okay.
They had
All
no
right,
other
fair
option.
enough. Fair enough.
Because for the first 8 debates,
They didn't.
it was kid gloves. I mean, they didn't go
Mickey
really
Mouse
good. There were
Club.
a couple of shots, but not really much.
But it goes to
was
Van's
mostly
idea,
about
doesn't
Trump, right?
Yeah, I agree with Terry that a lot of them were coached that, look, let it all hang out tonight. This
Yeah.
could
Oh,
be
yeah.
our last debate. This is existential. We're all good. You have to. And it actually showed in some of their performance. Like, you could tell Elizabeth was very, very fired up.
Elizabeth was like, tonight I settle all family business.
Well, look, isn't it because of what you said? I mean, you got two people who arguably aren't Democrats. I mean, Bloomberg was a Democrat, then he switched to be a Republican to run against Mark Green. Now he's a Democrat again, whatever. That there's a feeling that the party doesn't have what it takes. And maybe part of it is that you haven't seen the urgency on the stage.
Listen, I think Elizabeth Warren, in the last debate, she was muted, she was subdued. She came tonight. And what happened to her was, because she was so muted and subdued, people did get a chance to hear from Klobuchar. And Klobuchar, was really beautiful in terms of the storytelling, whatever. And I think that you saw Elizabeth Warren say, you know what, it's never going to happen to me again. I'm never, ever, I don't care if this is my last moment, and I will never cede the control. And
she didn't.
And she did not. Now, part of, I think, what you're going to see going forward is we don't know the impact of these debates. We don't know what's going to happen in Nevada. But Bernie Sanders, because nobody really laid a glove on him, I mean, Bloomberg tried to, he may cut it up in an ad, but Bernie Sanders is going to probably do very well in Nevada. He's probably going to do very well in South Carolina. So while we're all talking about the fireworks and stuff like that, there is a dynamic now that's set in, very much as you were saying, just like Trump. There's a potential Trump dynamic around Bloomberg, the potential Trump dynamic around Bernie.
Even more.
Who else is going to be fighting and doing the pyrotechnics?
So inside game, outside game, Terry McAuliffe, is tonight a step closer to beating the president for the Democrats?
No. I think we're moving along the process. But going to 30%, 30%, 30%. Nobody, Chris, is going to go into our convention in Milwaukee with 1,991 delegates. It's not going to happen. Hillary Clinton did not get it in 2016. Barack Obama did not get it in 2008. John Kerry is the last one to do it in 2004. This time, with so many candidates, That's why Chuck Todd asked that question at the end. If you win with a plurality, does everybody support him? Nobody said yes to that.
Is this dynamic that you foresee in this convention similar to any of those prior ones?
No, this is, listen, Iowa, New Hampshire is a winnowing. It has been an expanding process. You know, he had Amy Klobuchar come in after New Hampshire. It's gotten bigger. Tonight, you know, Bloomberg was going to be the one to go after Bernie. Didn't have a good night tonight. Does that give Biden another lift, or does that give Pete Buttigieg or Amy? It hasn't made this any. But one thing is clear, Bernie is going to get that 30% in every one of these contests going forward. He is marching toward the nomination. He will not have a plurality going in. His goal is he's got to have a big enough lead going in so no.
You don't think he'll have a plurality?
He will have a plurality. He needs a big one.
Right.
Because if it's a close one, then I'm telling you, Milwaukee, you can burn the house down. It will be, Donald Trump will be eating popcorn, having a great time.
I know. And you want to talk about South Carolina coming up. Tom Steyer was not on the debate stage tonight, but he's spending a fortune. Now, not a Bloomberg fortune, but he's spending a fortune on ads in South Carolina.
And Bloomberg's not on the ballot there.
And he's not on Bloomberg is not on the ballot there. So, and he looks like he's running for the president of South Carolina. So he's going to be a factor. Steyer is going to be a factor. So if you're Joe Biden, you're kind of going, okay, what happened to me?
I think he felt he had a good bait tonight.
I do think
he's got to come second at Nevada.
I will agree.
He's got
with
to
you.
win South Carolina.
I think Bloomberg made everyone else better tonight on the debate stage.
He was the perfect foil for everyone.
Yes,
couldn't agree more.
Absolutely.
They needed him earlier.
The collapse of Biden, and especially his black support, there's a jump ball now for the black vote. That's a new dynamic. I'm talking to cousins and other people, and people are looking around. People understand. The thing that never made sense to me about Biden's argument, about his firewall. I always said this firewall paper if you're not careful. I got this black firewall. The thing is, black people watch the news. Black people liked Obama because Obama got white votes. Biden says, well, I'm not getting white votes, I'm just going to get black votes. Well, hold on a second. Black people aren't stupid. Hold on a second. You got to get some white votes too, buddy. And so you're now seeing this jump ball for the black vote. Tom Steyer is this, quietly, stealthily trying to drive into that black vote in South Carolina. But Bloomberg, listen, for younger voters, for more urban voters, that stop and frisk thing is a deal breaker. But for older black voters, more conservative black voters, it can be contextualized. Really? But they want to hear him say something meaningful. They want to understand that he understands. And I think he blew that tonight.
So what's the play then for here? Because we're seeing what you said in action with big member of the CBC, Congressional Black Caucus, Greg Meeks, congressman from here in New York. He was very anti-Bloomberg when he was mayor. He fought him race after race after race. Now he says, I look at the whole man. Stop and frisk, I was against it then with good reason. What does that signal, if anything?
I think, and you may see it differently, but I see it as a post-hope vote. I think you have a black community that's in a post-hope position. With Obama, we had a lot of hope. We were voting our dreams. I think you got a black community now saying, who can stop Trump? Bloomberg's got billions of dollars. He's got the ability to put together a machine. I don't see anybody else. I'll forgive him a lot of his sins. He's got to do a better job of apologizing. But I think you see, listen, when Meeks steps forward, and you're seeing others too, steps forward and said, I'm with Bloomberg, that lets you know that there's a lot more openness in the black community to him. He's got to do a better job of closing the deal.
I think those validators become incredibly important right now. Because we don't have any candidates of color on the stage, having people who can vouch, who are part of that community, who can say, this is my guy and here's why, and maybe do a better job of answering some of those questions. I think what Van said is absolutely right. Bloomberg needs to show that he understands. And right now, none of his apology answers were understanding. When he got to that gender question, where it was literally things he had said himself, not suits brought against companies that he ran, but his own words. His answer was maybe they just didn't like the joke I told. Women aren't going to buy that, and I can't really overstate how angry women are. It's a little post-hope over here for us too, with Donald Trump in the White House. And we really need a nominee that understands that this is a moment to be for us.
All right, let's grab a quick break. When we come back, we're going to start seeing the candidates come in to give us their own post-action analysis. We're waiting on Senator Amy Klobuchar, I think, to start that round. So let's take a quick break, and then we'll get after it.
We made USAA insurance for veterans like Kate. When she got a new car for bigger projects, she quickly updated her policy on the USAA app and said, done. USAA. What you're made of, we're made for.
All right, let's go to Erin Burnett, of course, in Nevada, with our first debater now to give the sense of her performance, Senator Klobuchar. And I just have to tell you, Erin, Andrew Yang says thanks for the name recognition from Amy Klobuchar. He wants to thank her.
You hear her chuckling. All right. Thank you very much, Chris. And yes, Andrew Yang, as you can see, is part of our
Excellent.
panel.
Oh,
in New York.
that's wonderful.
All right. So how do you feel?
I feel a few things. Number one, I'm not surprised I took a bunch of incoming. We are surging. We're taking support from some of the other candidates. So big surprise that they were going after me. But I do think something was missed here, and that was there wasn't enough of going after Donald Trump. I tried when I had opportunities to do that. Yeah. But I think a bunch of people are starting to tune in as we head into Super Tuesday, who aren't just our fired up Democratic base, as I said. They're independents, moderate Republicans, Democrats that stayed home. And they're actually looking for a reason to support our nominee, to support our candidate. And that is my message to them is, if you're tired of the noise and the nonsense, and boy, did you hear it tonight, and you are tired of the extremes, you have a home with me.
All right, so there was a lot of sniping. There was a lot of that went on, and there was a lot of incoming at you. Several of them incoming at you came from Senator Warren. And there was one moment where she was talking about health care. She came at both Mayor Buttigieg and at you, and I just wanted to play that moment, Senator.
Yes.
Here it is.
We need to get everybody's health care plan out here. Mayor Buttigieg really has a slogan that was thought up by his consultants to paper over a thin version of a plan that would leave millions of people unable to afford their health care. It's not a plan, it's a PowerPoint. And Amy's plan is even less. It's like a Post-it note, insert plan here.
Okay, two things. One is, as I noted, Post-it notes were invented in my state, so I took personal offense. But two, it wasn't true. Actually, factcheck.org has already looked at what you said about a few paragraphs of my health plan. I have an extensive plan on taking on pharmaceuticals. I have an extensive plan on long-term care, on addiction, on mental health. But I'm sure it sounded good on a debate. And it's just one example of what people are doing when they're jockeying to try to get support.
Were you surprised when she did that?
A bit, because, you know, she's a law professor from the past, and I thought she'd do her research better, but such is life. What matters to me is that people out there understand that we can do so much more for them when it comes to health care, and that I have a plan, but it's not a pipe dream because I can actually get it done.
So you have been saying you wanted Mayor Bloomberg on stage.
Yeah.
Okay, there's your reaction. So what was your impression versus what you expected from him?
Well, I actually was glad that he was on there because I think he's just been buying all these ads, and that's not the way you do it. I think that there was some serious questions raised about his candidacy. And you heard them all. I'm not going to enumerate all of them, but including that he didn't support Barack Obama, including that he called the Affordable Care Act a disgrace. You heard all of that. And my point right at the beginning was he literally entered the race, the debate stage today, with a memo from his campaign saying that three of us should just get out of the way so I guess he can go down the yellow brick road to Oz, paved in his billions of dollars. I think he found out today that's not going to quite work.
He did get some applause when he talked about capitalism, founding his own business. There are areas that he talked about, for example, fracking, where you and he agree. Exactly. There's a much more pragmatic approach.
Yes, and I am the one in the last debate that stood up, and I was the only one to say that I had concerns about a socialist leading the ticket. The private sector, I think, is very important to our country. That is, I would say that's not even a big enough statement. But what we need, as I said today, is a check and balance. We need someone that's going to do something about antitrust law, raise the minimum wage, finally get universal child care in place.
So were you surprised by how he did? Did you expect him to do better?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
So I want to ask you about Mayor Pete. You also tussled towards the end, and
that's such a nice euphemism.
Yes, it was. It was hard to describe the whole thing. There was quite a lot of a playground atmosphere about the whole debate, but there was a moment that was quite personal between the two of you, and I wanted to play that because it sort of seemed to take you aback. Here it is.
Okay. I don't think that momentary forgetfulness actually reflects what I know about Mexico and how much I care about it.
You're on the committee that oversees border security. You're on the committee that does trade. You're literally in part of the committee that's overseeing these things.
Are you trying to say that I'm dumb, or are you mocking me here, Pete?
I'm saying that you shouldn't trivialize that
I made an
knowledge.
error. People sometimes forget names.
You went on to say not everyone can be as perfect as you are to Mayor Pete. But what were you thinking during that moment?
I just thought I couldn't believe that he was making this really the centerpiece of his criticism. And
this is about a recent interview with the Mexican president's name.
An interview, which I have since many times said the president's name in numerous other interviews and made it very clear that I know his name. And so that's what bothered me about this, is that instead of maybe making a passing reference to it, he doubled down. And I just don't think that's leadership. Leadership with Mexican policy is standing out front, as I did, the first one on that stage, to say, with the changes, I supported the USMCA. I was the first one to say that. Leadership is actually being willing not to sound like the tough guy in the room like he did, where he said the Mexican cartels, which are very dangerous criminal organizations, he said, oh, they should be considered terrorist organizations, that he would consider that designation. That created a lot of problems with Mexico when Mayor Pete said that. To me, those are fundamental things that matter. And what he was trying to do, of course, is make me look like I wasn't able to take the job of president. And my argument back is, hey, I'm the one that has worked and passed over 100 bills as the lead Democrat. I'm the one that has won repeatedly in red congressional districts, suburban congressional districts. He talks about it, but he's never done it.
All right. Well, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much, Senator
Thank
Amy
you, Erin.
Klobuchar. And we are here live in Las Vegas. We're going to take a brief break. Our post-game coverage will continue with myself and Chris Cuomo right after this. We'll be back. All right, welcome back. We are here in Las Vegas, and right now I am joined by Mayor Pete Buttigieg, obviously just wrapping up your debate. How did you feel about tonight?
Felt great. It was a really good opportunity to lay out a vision of how we can bring as many Americans as possible into the coalition that will defeat Donald Trump. But I think it also demonstrated why we cannot wind up in the situation that some of the pundits are predicting, where we wake up the day after Super Tuesday, 2 weeks from today, and our only choices have been narrowed down to Bernie Sanders and Mike Bloomberg. That's a vision that leaves most Americans out, and it's going to be really difficult to defeat Donald Trump if Americans are told that whatever we have to offer comes down only to somebody who says it's got to be a revolution, or somebody who believes he can buy an election as a billionaire.
So this is one of your key points, right? And you made it. You made it a couple times, but one of the times that you made it during the debate, I just want to play so everyone can hear it. This was again a point that you kept repeating. Here is Mayor Pete just a few moments ago.
Let's put forward somebody who's actually a Democrat. Look. We shouldn't have to choose between one candidate who wants to burn this party down and another candidate who wants to buy this party out.
You're making the case that you don't believe Sanders or Bloomberg are the right standard bearers for the party. Do you think you succeeded?
I believe so. I mean, again, think about it. The three of us have each been mayors, but I'm the only one of the three of us who's been a Democratic mayor. I believe in the values of the Democratic Party. It's why I chose to run as a Democrat. And when you have someone like Senator Sanders, who often seems to think that Democrats are the problem, someone like Mike Bloomberg, who has repeatedly really stood in the way of Democratic policies, I think that's a terrible formula for not just governing the country, but certainly for defeating Donald Trump, when we have so much of a better alternative. I mean, the American people are with us as a party right now on issue after issue after issue to a level that I don't think has been true in years or even decades. We have a responsibility to gather up that majority, keep it together, and grow it.
So I was just, Amy Klobuchar was here just before you were, and the senator was talking about a moment you had at the end when you were talking about the Mexican president, how she didn't know the name in an interview, and you were saying, but you were the head of the border committee, you should have known these things. And she responded, "Are you calling me dumb? Not everyone can be as perfect as you are." There were a lot of moments like that in this debate. Did you think there were too many moments like that? Not just that one between you and her, but there were a lot.
I don't know where that comment came from. I mean, first of all, my faith teaches me that I am far from perfect, and journalists remind me that, politically speaking, I'm far from perfect every day. This is an opportunity to have a substantive conversation about our different perspectives. And I do think that if you are running on your experience in Washington, you should be prepared to defend the decisions you made and the votes that you took in Washington. That's what I think a healthy debate ought to be about, and I welcome the opportunity to do that this evening.
So Mayor Bloomberg was on the stage. You've criticized him for his ad buys and buying the party, is obviously, as you had just said. What did you think?
Well, I think that it's going to be really tough to go up against Donald Trump if our nominee is someone like Mayor Bloomberg. You know, Donald Trump took power by pretending to care about the forgotten people of America. Mike Bloomberg doesn't even seem to be pretending. He's just talking about a completely different worldview than certainly what makes me a Democrat. I mean, having opposed the minimum wage, opposed Barack Obama, and not seeming to recognize where our party, not just our party, our country is right now in our frustration with the status quo, our frustration with wealth inequality. I think we saw tonight why we would be in such trouble if he's our nominee.
He did say he supported higher taxes on the wealthy. Obviously, he said he doesn't think he's made too much money, and he isn't ashamed of who he is, and talked about giving it away. But he did say he supported a tax. There's a lot of things, though, and I said the same thing to Senator Klobuchar, you and he have in common in terms of your policy.
In
much
some
more
areas,
so
sure.
than you do, say, with Bernie Sanders.
I don't know about that. I mean, I think, he's really got a very different worldview from any of us, and doesn't seem to be really as deeply concerned about economic inequality as the rest of us on that stage. But my point is, we don't have to choose between these polls. We don't have to narrow it down to Bernie Sanders or Mike Bloomberg. What we've got to do is turn the page. We've got to go forward with a nominee who can build that majority and hold it together, speaking to the concerns that, my neighbors in northern Indiana are experiencing, which aren't that different from the concerns that the culinary workers right here in Nevada are experiencing. We've got to speak to that and have a plan to actually get things done.
You had obviously a lot of lines in that debate. I mean, you had a lot of moments where you were able to say things. Did you feel comfortable with the tone of the debate overall?
Well, I think that, every debate is an opportunity to have sometimes lively, but I would hope always respectful and substantive conversations about our differences in worldview, our differences in opinion, our differences in style and approach. And I think it's a healthy process.
And you felt this was on the right side of that and not sort of on the line of where everybody was just getting so nasty to each other that you're...
I'll let others
warfare.
I'll let others debate the debate. What I appreciated was the opportunity to lay out our vision for how to bring change to Washington and how to actually be prepared to confront issues from climate change to immigration reform to gun violence to economic inequality in our time. And above all, to be ready to defeat Donald Trump during our one and only chance to get that done.
All right, Mayor Pete Buttigieg, I appreciate your time. Good to see you again, and I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you. And we're going to take a brief break. We are live from Las Vegas. We'll be right back with our continuing coverage with myself and Chris Cuomo right after this.
All right, welcome back to our special coverage. What a night. Everybody wanted to see what would happen when Mike Bloomberg came in. He's got all the money, he's got the mystique behind him, and there's all this doubt within the party. Well, welcome to Thunderdome, Mayor Bloomberg. 2 men enter, 1 man leaves, and on that stage, he really got a taste of what it's like to compete at this level.
Broad. Actually a Democrat. Look.
That was just a taste. Gloria, what mattered most?
Well, I think Bloomberg's best moments were probably when he was quiet. He did. Well, sorry. I mean, I feel like he got attacked a lot, and he really, as you were talking about earlier, he didn't really have the responses prepared that he should have. You know, on the NDAs, on Redline, on any number of issues, on stop and frisk, which he's been asked about before. It's almost as if you felt he wanted to say, "Well, I answered that already some time ago. I don't want to do it again."
Remember the famous Mike Tyson line?
I guess I don't.
Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face.
That's
he
right.
may have come in there thinking he knew what would happen, but it's different being out there.
I think that's right. And I think that, you know, Bloomberg, Sanders had a great night tonight. Elizabeth Warren had a great night. Biden had the best debate I think he's had in a while. Buttigieg had a great debate. I think maybe Amy Klobuchar got a little too into her arguments with Buttigieg, and that didn't make her look great. But I think that's a debate we saw tonight. What it will mean, I mean, Chris, you asked this question, what will it mean? I don't know in the long run what it will mean. It's late.
I think something happened tonight that is sort of a worst case scenario for Mike Bloomberg, and that is the NDA question. Mm-hmm. That is the kind of question that is so specific in its yes or no-ness that it will follow him for the rest of the campaign trail. Like the idea that there were 64 suits out there, it had been percolating. But now there is a very specific, will you release the women from the NDAs, that he didn't answer, that Warren got on him for, that Biden got on him for. I don't think he goes another major interview or encounter with another candidate without getting that question again.
It would be nice if he did another major interview, major interview. And you're right. I mean, they're going to have to come up with some answer and do it quickly because, you know, it was funny what you said about the fact that his best moments weren't when he wasn't speaking, but that was the sound of silence that was deafening.
Maybe not so good.
That he didn't have an answer for the NDA. But I have to tell you, I'm hearing from the Trump campaign, and they're thrilled, as you can imagine. And
because?
It's exactly the point that Gloria was making earlier, and you too, which is the circular firing squad. Every time that happens, which hasn't happened a lot in fairness to the Democrats until now, for the most part, the debate stages that you were on, Andrew, the focus has not been on each other, and it's been more on the president. That's not the case now, and they claim that they see the numbers going up for the president. It's always better for the president, obviously, when their sights aren't trained on him and rather each other.
Well, look, as Terry said earlier, this may have been the last chance for some of these people to distinguish themselves in this field, and they obviously went for it in a different way, and they had a little bit different motivation with Bloomberg there. Somebody who, once again, has to be spoken about on the top tier of performers tonight is Senator Elizabeth Warren, and she joins Erin Burnett in Nevada right now.
All right. Thank you, Chris. And I am here with you, Senator Warren. So, look, a lot of people are saying you had a very great night. How did you feel?
I felt good about it. I said what I wanted to say.
So, how much money have you raised? Your campaign in the first hour sent out a note saying you'd already raised $425,000, which was your single best hour or day in fundraising.
So look, this debate tonight is about democracy. I have no doubt that coming off that debate stage, that Michael Bloomberg is reaching in his pocket and dropping another $100 million in advertising across this country just to try to erase the memory of what happened on that debate stage. Well, the only way to keep that memory alive is to be able to get out there and talk about it and push it in front of people and push it in front of Michael Bloomberg. So I ask everybody to go to ElizabethWarren.com, pitch in $5, pitch in $25, but make this about how a billionaire does not get to buy our nomination, especially one who is so vulnerable on these issues.
Okay, so when you talk about these issues, and Chris just played a brief part of it, but I want to play a moment because this was a moment where You took him on the issue of women and non-disclosure agreements that he has had at Bloomberg LP, and you then did all the follow-up questions. This became you the questioner, and I want to play part of this moment. Here it is for everyone to see.
In my company, lots and lots of women have big responsibilities. They get paid exactly the same as men. And in my in City Hall, the top person, my deputy mayor, was a woman, and 40% of our commissioners were women. I am very proud of the fact that about 2 weeks ago, we were awarded. We were voted the the best place to work, second best place in America. If that doesn't say something about our employees and how happy they are, I don't know what does.
Senator Warren, you've been critical of Mayor Bloomberg on this issue.
Yes, I have, and I hope you heard what his defense was. I've been nice to some women. That just doesn't cut it. The mayor has to stand on his record, and what we need to know is exactly what's lurking out there. He has gotten some number of women, dozens, who knows, to sign non-disclosure agreements, both for sexual harassment and for gender discrimination in the workplace. So, Mr. Mayor, are you willing to release all of those women from those non-disclosure agreements so we can hear their side of the story?
We have a very few non-disclosure agreements.
How many is
Let me
that?
finish.
How many is that?
None of them accuse me of doing anything other than maybe they didn't like a joke I told.
So, what happens from here?
Well, I hope that Michael Bloomberg decides to live by what he says. He just wants to see the Democrats beat Donald Trump. So that's great. Mike Bloomberg, drop out of the race. Keep putting your money in to help Democrats beat Donald Trump, and just take your ego out of this.
Did you expect him to do differently tonight or better than he did?
Well, what shocks me is he seems so unprepared for the question about the non-disclosure agreements. I mean, think about what that says about Mike Bloomberg, that all these years he has been sued, evidently, multiple times for discrimination against women and for harassing women. The details, we don't know, because each time it happens, he puts a chunk of money on the table and then forces the woman to agree to wear a muzzle for the rest of her life over this issue. He walked into this debate thinking nobody was going to ask him about that. Listen, this is serious. We're about to pick a nominee for president. And someone who can't answer that question about the non-disclosure agreements does not deserve to be our nominee.
Do you wonder what the reaction will be? And I say this in the context of the Republican debates last cycle. Donald Trump stood on that stage and had performances that were widely panned or people thought weren't going to go anywhere. And yet, here he is. He won. And voters didn't have a problem with it. Do you think that that could be the case this time around?
You know, I have to say, I just cannot imagine that it is okay with the Democratic Party to say the person we want to put out there in front has a few, a dozen, 50, I mean, I don't know how many there are, non-disclosure agreements about what he has done with women and been forced to pay money to keep them silent forever. Think about what he said on that stage. He said, oh, well, I never said anything. It was just a joke. That's all I was ever accused of. If that's the case, then why wouldn't you let the women come forward and tell their side? Why wouldn't you let them say, it was just a joke? Can't believe he gave me money for that. You know, if he won't let these women talk, then you have to assume this is a man who not once, not twice, but repeatedly engaged in harassment, engaged in discrimination. And I just got to tell you, I just don't think women are going to put up with that anymore. We've done it for decades, and those days are over, and we are not going to nominate a candidate for president who does it.
And yet, when it came to policy, there were areas in which you and he agree. For example, You're both capitalists. And you may say that's a small thing.
No, it's not a
but,
small
but,
thing.
But it's a big thing on that stage
It
right
is.
now. It's a big thing. It's
It
become
is.
this sort of schism. Are you a socialist or a democratic socialist, or are you a capitalist?
I'm a capitalist, but remember, I'm a capitalist who believes in rules and enforcing those rules. So, for example, while Mike Bloomberg was blaming African Americans and Latinos for causing the housing crash, I was on the other side of that, talking about how bank regulation had failed and how the banks had been allowed to run wild and target African Americans and Latinos for the worst of the worst mortgages. And by the way, that's a factual question. Ultimately, the banks got sued, the data came out, and that was exactly what the banks had been doing. They targeted communities of color to strip wealth out of them, and Michael Bloomberg defended those banks.
So you were aggressive tonight, not just at Michael Bloomberg, but across the board, right? And that's why people are watching, people are paying attention. So Amy Klobuchar and Pete Buttigieg were also on the receiving end. In this case, it was healthcare, when you were talking about his healthcare plan, likening it to a PowerPoint presentation that consultants had put together for him, and in her case, one that you thought only would fit on a Post-it note. It was pretty aggressive, but you think it worked?
Well, here's the thing. Healthcare matters. And we have a crisis in this country. Year by year by year, the costs just keep going up for families. Cost of premiums, the co-pays, the deductibles, the things that aren't covered. So they've got their talking points about why they don't like Medicare for all, and they keep claiming to have these wonderful plans. My view is, look, we're getting down to the short strokes here. Let's look at the plans and see what they actually provide. Pete's plan of those 4 kinds of costs says he's going to put a cap on 1, which means great. So you cap the premiums, but it means everything else continues to go up and families can't afford all of the uncovered expenses, the deductibles, the co-pays. Amy's plan, I looked at her website. It's a couple of paragraphs. If they want to come to the stage and be treated seriously on the question of health care, and I assume they do, then they've got to be there with a real plan. I put a plan out. I show exactly how it's paid for, and more importantly, I show how we can get the most help to the most people the quickest possible. I want to do this, and if we can't get it all at once, let's take the win, and then let's come back the next day to fight for more. For me, it's about values plus getting something done.
So when you look at Nevada and you look at South Carolina, how well do you think you need to do?
You know, I appreciate the question, but since the day I got in this race, I said I never did polls. What I really am doing every day is out there doing pretty much what I've done all my life. Fight for working families. I am the politician who's been in politics the shortest amount of time of all the people on that stage, regardless of their ages. I came to this after a lifetime of fighting for working families, of trying to warn people about the financial crash that was coming, of trying to warn people about the rise in student loan debt, about trying to warn people about what's happening with the retirement crisis in America, and having real ideas for how we could fix it. Running for president is such an honor because I get to talk about those things and actually begin to build some coalitions behind them. That's how we're going to make real change.
All right, I appreciate your time, Senator
Thank you
Warren.
for
Thank
having
you
me.
very
I
much.
appreciate it.
All right, and we will be back. Our coverage continues, of course, from Las Vegas and from New York. Myself and Chris will be back in just a moment.
I'm a New Yorker. I know how to take on an arrogant con man like Donald Trump that comes from New York. I'm a mayor, or was a mayor. I know how to run a complicated city, the biggest, most diverse city in this country. I'm a manager. I knew what to do after 9/11 and brought the city back stronger than ever. And I'm a philanthropist who didn't inherit his money, but made his money. And I'm spending that money to get rid of Donald Trump, the worst president we have ever had. And if I can get that done, it will be a great contribution to America and to my kids.
There was Mike Bloomberg, arguably one of his few strong moments of the night. So, Dana, he was introducing himself to people. This is why I'm running. That kind of message, it's saleability.
It's incredibly so. I mean, that's the kind of message that he's been paying tens of millions of hundreds of millions of dollars across the country to sell. The issue was not what he wanted to say, is what he didn't want to say, and he had no ability to pivot, no ability to answer those questions. Now, again, as we've been saying all night, whether or not that is going to matter, if he finds a way to do it or his campaigns finds a way to do it, we don't know. But what is clear is that Bernie Sanders had a very good night because he really didn't, he didn't get very many hits because people were so focused on Bloomberg, and Bernie Sanders is still the favorite on a national level, and we're going into a set of races where national polls matter because they're kind of national elections, especially Super Tuesday.
We were trying to figure out what is the best way to measure what the impact of a night is. And not surprisingly, Andrew Yang said, I'll tell you what's going to matter. And interestingly, Bloomberg's asset is money. You're saying that's what matters after the debate. What has to happen for someone to know that it worked for them?
Well, I thought Elizabeth Warren had a tremendous night. They announced they raised $425,000 in the first hour of the debate. But that means that she's going to raise probably $1, $2, $3, $4 million in the days after the debate. And she needs to raise 20, 30, 40 million if she's going to contend in the Super Tuesday states that have very expensive media markets. That's why Bloomberg has so much power in this race, is that he can put ads up in all these states that every other candidate is not going to be able to afford.
So her counter tactic was, I'm going to make the most of this free media right now. And she threw and landed very precise blows, especially at Bloomberg.
She did. She took aim at Bloomberg and succeeded, particularly on the NDA issue. And she started out the debate by talking about that issue, by talking about the names that Bloomberg had called women.
And comparing him to Trump.
And comparing him to Trump, which goes to his electability argument, which is, how can you allow this guy to go up against that guy? One has problems with women, the other guy has problems with women. So she was right on those arguments. I mean, she took him on. The question is, will it matter? This is late. You've got Nevada on Saturday. You've got South Carolina coming up. People don't have any money. You're shaking your head. You know this story.
I do.
And who has the money to compete other than Bernie Sanders right now and Michael Bloomberg?
That's the great question, is could Elizabeth or Joe or Amy or Pete have some kind of breakout night that led to tens of millions of dollars in donations, not just from people watching at home, but also donors who are on the sidelines right now, frankly, getting phone calls from Mike Bloomberg saying, hey, sit this one out. I got this. And if you're a donor, not donating is actually a pretty appealing pitch.
I'll do it.
I'm sorry, wait, can you say that again? Mike Bloomberg is calling donors saying, don't give to my opponents?
Mike Bloomberg is calling donors saying, hey, just sit this one out. I've got this. I'll bankroll the whole thing. Just don't donate to anybody.
You hear this? You know this?
Yeah.
I heard this from a major donor. Say that
Like your donor.
Yes, like a donor said that, and it's a person who donates to, a number of candidates ordinarily, said that these are the phone calls that Mike's.
One of the rule changes in the game now is that when you say something, we don't just say, are you sure? We say, where'd you hear it? Because on the analysis side, we got to make sure we're putting something out that we can verify. So Andrew is, of course, correct that you have to manifest your success in money. Everybody complains about it, yet it's the only thing we talk about in these campaigns. So if Elizabeth Warren doesn't get the kind of push that Andrew is reasonably saying happens, so what does that mean for her, even though once again, probably the best athlete on the stage.
I mean, it's a challenge. It's a challenge that she's talked about as a part of her candidacy since day one, and a lot of the Democratic field agrees with her. We don't want to be, progressives don't want to be in this position. We just happen to be this cycle. If we got somebody in the White House who was able to change the rules so that we didn't have this kind of giant money in politics, then we wouldn't have to have this debate next time, and we would be able to have a democratic, fair election that was based on a representative sample of who wanted our nominee to be our nominee. Yeah. So let's hope we get there.
Look, I think it's ironic tonight. Elizabeth Warren really needed Bloomberg. Like having a foil.
It was good.
That's how she became this household name. Yeah. Like you said, making bankers cry.
The way a lion needs an antelope.
Yeah, exactly. she was standing right next to, for her, the embodiment of the corruption, the embodiment of the disrespect of women. And she came to life in a way that I thought was extraordinary. But she was doing something else I think she hasn't gotten credit for tonight. She was denting his electability argument. Mm-hmm. He's trying to say, listen, I've got the money. I've got the machinery. I can run over Donald Trump. I can crush him because I got all this money. She said, you also got a record. And I want to talk about that record. Mm-hmm. And it's not a good one. And she was able to make it effective. Now, is it too little, too late? You have to begin to wonder when you've got this kind of dynamic going on. It could be a bubble. You could have a Bloomberg bubble. I know he's like hiring everybody, whatever, but you could have a Bloomberg bubble happen here where the air comes out very quickly if she can be effective at landing those kind of blows.
It wasn't just her attacks. It was the rope she gave him to hang himself. Like, his answer on the question about the sexual harassment lawsuits was identical to Trump's answer when he was asked about the same thing. Trump would say, I promoted women, my deputy is a woman, women who work for the Trump organization.
My daughter is a woman.
My daughter is a woman.
I made jokes / locker room talk.
Right, exactly. So listening to Mike Bloomberg give an answer that sounded very eerily familiar, I think speaks to Gloria's original point that she was smart to tie up his rhetoric with something we're used to.
Well, look, first of all, it lets you know two things. One, the gloves are really off.
Yeah.
Because to compare Michael Bloomberg with what we know at this point to what we absolutely know about Donald Trump is a really heavy and ugly allegation.
I think we can't underestimate. Women are the driving force of the elections that we have had since Donald Trump was elected, and they will be again.
Yes.
All the wins.
I mean, women are the ones who...
It could be potentially disqualifying for him.
Some of the things that he has said are truly, like, there's going to have to be a real apology. Not, I guess some people didn't get my joke about some of those really, really awful things. I mean, women are just so used to
hearing...
You
can't apologize for an NDA. You can only say they no longer apply.
Yes, but there are so many of those. I mean, the quotes that she brought, I think, came from...
You can apologize for what you said, but the NDA doesn't go away.
No, and I don't think the question about the NDA goes away either. And I certainly think that will be disqualifying for a lot of women who are watching this debate. They really want to know that somebody is in the White House who...
Michigan, you got Missouri,
65%
Ohio
of the
coming
available
up.
delegates.
And a week after that, you've got Florida, Illinois, Ohio. So we are going to a basket of states. Now, we all may be sitting here in 8 months and say that it was not a great calendar. I've long advocated we should end Iowa and New Hampshire. They're all white states. It's not representative. But that has sort of set where we are today. And the problem may be is they clustered too many of these states together, where 68% of delegates are going to be chosen in like 3 weeks, that it really precludes Elizabeth, who had a great debate, from being able to translate that into putting money and buying TV.
It's still very early. And as we saw tonight, who would have saw all these changes coming in one debate tonight with Bloomberg coming here? Maybe Andrew's right. Maybe the best decision they could have made would have been to skip it. Let's take a break here. And when we come back, let's talk about the obvious dichotomy that's been developed on this stage. You have a really progressive wing, and then you have a really scared / moderate wing. Is there a middle? Next.
You came, I was alone. I should have known you were temptation.
That's iPhone 11 Pro. It's got 3 cameras, and the battery lasts longer than any iPhone ever.
Awesome.
Get iPhone 11 Pro on Xfinity Mobile. Just say Get iPhone into your voice remote, and now get $250 off when you buy iPhone 11, iPhone 11 Pro, or iPhone 11 Pro Max. Click, call, or visit a store today.
You're an original. No one's got just what you got. There you go. Yeah, you're an original. There you go.
Shopping online, you're probably wasting money. That's why there's Honey, your smart shopping assistant that helps you save time and money. We all know about promo codes. With just a single click, Honey will find every working code on the internet and apply the best one to your cart. Honey has already found people over $1 billion in savings. Start saving on all your favorite sites, over 20,000 of them. Download Honey for free with just 2 clicks at joinhoney.com.
New year, new you, new... Oh, hello. These new Fabletics feel amazing. New year, do you feel Fabletics? 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 Really good leggings.
You heard her. New year, do you in Fabletics. Lose yourself in the feel of Fabletics leggings, now available in a variety of colors, lengths, and sizes up to 4X. Get your first 2 pairs of leggings for just $24, only at Fabletics.com.
Hey! I recently purchased the Everlywell food sensitivity test. My test from the doctor showed negative on everything, and the Everlywell came back, and turns out I am really sensitive to dairy. So since eliminating dairy from my diet, I feel so much better, I have so much more energy, and my skin has cleared up. So I am so glad I did it. I definitely recommend it.
Lola is a female-founded company giving women easier access to high-quality tampons and pads. And because every woman is unique, Lola lets you customize your order. So whether you're a 198 or a 1233, you get the assortment that's right for you. And unlike some brands that may contain toxins, dyes, or synthetic fibers, Lola's tampons and pads are made with 100% organic cotton, delivered right to your door with free shipping. Lola, it's your period, your way. Subscribe right now and get 15% off at mylola.com.
The hottest sneakers. Impossible to get until now. Every pair, every grail, always available, always authentic, never sold out. Millions know. Now you do too. StockX. Now you know. Visit StockX.com today.
We made USAA insurance for busy veterans like Kate. So when her car got hit, she didn't waste any time. She filed the claim on her USAA app and said, that was easy. USAA. What you're made of, we're made for.
I can't think of ways that would make it easier for Donald Trump to get reelected than listening to this conversation. We're not going to throw out capitalism. We tried that. Other countries tried that. It was called communism, and it just didn't work.
We have a grotesque and immoral distribution of wealth and income. Mike Bloomberg owns more wealth than the bottom 125 million Americans. That's wrong. That's immoral. That should not be the case when we got 500,000 people sleeping out on the street.
I can't speak for all billionaires. All I know is I've been very lucky, made a lot of money, and I'm giving it all away to make this country better. And a good chunk of it goes to the Democratic Party as well.
Is it too much? Have you earned too much money? Has it been an obscene amount of... Should you have earned that much money?
Yes. I worked very hard for it. and I'm giving it away.
Now, that was one of the key exchanges in terms of understanding these two houses within the Democratic Party right now. This Bernie Sanders party about billionaires should go, and obviously Mike Bloomberg giving a different perspective. Andrew, how did it play for you?
You know, to me, it's a struggle for the soul of the Democratic Party, and it mirrors what happened to the Republican Party in the last cycle, where you had Donald Trump, the outsider, who's running roughshod over all these traditional candidates who were putting up Republican talking points, and it turned out that their ideas just weren't that powerful anymore. And this time you have Bernie, the outsider, the front runner now, poised to run the table. And the establishment's been looking around for a white knight, and Bloomberg has shown up with all of his money, all of his wealth, all of his TV ads. And to me, this was a great night for Bernie because Bernie emerges as the front runner. He's really hard to touch, Bernie. I mean, like, I've been on the debate stage with him, 7 times, and he's just like a stoic messenger. Like, it doesn't matter what you say to him, he'll just pivot right back to one of his Bernie-esque talking points. And then the minute passes.
Well, and people know what they're going to get with Bernie Sanders. They have known it for the last 40 years, and they knew it from 2016, and they know it again now, and he hasn't changed.
But that's a plus and a minus. You know, he has a movement. He's the only one. I think it's fair to say, I know the campaigns are going to complain about this, but look, when you look at the rallies, nobody's got the people behind them the way Bernie Sanders does. Now, what's the flip point? The flip point is it's about 24% of the Democratic Party. So that's the plus minus. We talk about the ceiling all the time. But I said 2 houses for a reason, Van. I didn't say you have one house divided into 2. You have 2 different houses in your party right now.
Well, I mean,
I just don't see where it goes.
Well, look, it's tough. It's going to take real leadership. I mean, you've got basically a moderate Republican in Bloomberg and a socialist in Sanders, and we're in the same party. Now, Trump, facing a similar situation, was able to actually unify his party, which is actually pretty shocking. I mean, usually when you have an insurgency like that, you just destroy the party. You might win the nomination, but the party's in a ditch. That happened in '64 for the Republicans with Goldwater. But Trump avoided that fate by doing 2 smart things. He said, look, you don't like me, I'm the insurgent, but I'm going to make sure that the religious conservatives stay with me by giving you judges that you like. I'm going to make sure that the kind of racial right gets a little bit of red meat. I'm also going to make sure that the business community gets some tax cuts and some regulation relief. And guess what? I can hold this party together, even though I took it over. Hillary Clinton had no strategy to hold the Democrats together, even though she won. That left us where we are right now. We are now still trying to figure out how to put this thing back together. Now, if you're a Bernie Sanders person, you have to imagine that Bernie Sanders is going to be able to figure out a way to hold on to his movement, as Trump did, but also to pull in these other factions. And I have not yet seen Bernie make the case he can do that.
That's what I'm waiting to see. His consistency has certainly been a strength for him in these debates, but I think at this point when let's say he does really well in Nevada and South Carolina and he emerges a front runner, the front runner, we need to see him move beyond the same message that he has been giving, because he's been giving that message and he has the supporters that he has. So I want to see him reach out to people whose focus are issues that may not be his focus. I want to see him own the supporter issue a little bit more. The idea that people really do get harassed by either, he might be right, Bernie supporters or people who look like Bernie supporters online, whether that's Russia or bots or what.
Let me just be the yeah, but in this conversation. Look at the ABC News poll that was out today about electability. When Bernie Sanders, when the campaign kind of started back in, I think it was July, it was Joe Biden who was at like 40-something% on ability to beat Donald Trump. Bernie Sanders was in the teens. Now it's flipped.
Wow.
Bernie Sanders isn't that high. He's about 30%, but he's really high. And Joe Biden is down in the teens. And so I don't know what that means, but it could be a signal that maybe the whole Democratic Party isn't going to come behind him. It's not going to be a mirror of what Trump did in the Republican Party. And, we're not there yet. But it shows that there is movement in that direction that I don't think anybody saw coming.
No, and I can tell you, listen, we don't know where it's going to go, but listen, Bernie's moving ahead, and I agree. What he has to do is show he can bring 51% of Americans. So he's got to begin to change his pitch. And I thought Pete Buttigieg had a very good point. You're not the only one with good answers out here. I thought Pete was very good making that point. Bernie has to open up to other parts of the party as he moves forward. But as we move toward the nomination, the general election, don't forget, most voters, it's about beating Donald Trump.
Yes.
And a couple things scare the daylights out of them. Number one, Ruth Bader Ginsburg is, 87 years old? Stephen Breyer is 81 years old? You make the point that the control of the United States Supreme Court for the next generation is going to be determined in this election. That will bring a lot of wayward Democrats back into the fold to say, we are going to unify behind our nominee. And remember, we only lost, for the Democrats who are watching this, rubbing their hands, we lost 3 states by 77,000 votes, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. And in those 3 states, 360,000 people voted for a third party, which will not be in play this time. And 92 million people did not vote in 2016.
And turnout
we can push this.
Looking really good so far.
Absolutely.
Iowa was low, but New Hampshire broke records. Nevada already has 70,000 people voting early vote. They've never done that before, so it's hard to say what that does to actual turnout on Election Day. But it's very unlikely that they don't break records in Nevada, too.
But what about the Democrats who are saying that there's going to be carnage down ballot if it's Bernie Sanders? And that's a real issue for someone like Nancy Pelosi.
They said that about Trump. I mean, listen. I mean, here's,
well, this could be an issue.
we all still have PTSD from
We're very
2016. But don't forget all the things. Listen, if Trump gets the nomination, the Republican Party will be destroyed. It's going to be a bloodbath. We're going to have the House and the Senate. We're going to have for a generation of Republicans. It didn't happen.
Didn't happen. You have
Did the
never
opposite.
seen a galvanized party the
Yeah.
way we see with the GOP now. I've never seen it. We got to get in a quick break. When we come back, let's start talking about what you'll see as you have more results. Remember, it's all talk until the polls come in, and the story has changed with each state, and the biggest ones are coming all within a number of few weeks ahead. Stay with us.
We made USAA insurance for veterans like Kate. When she got a new car for bigger projects, she quickly updated her policy on the USAA app and said, done. USAA, what you're made of, we're made for.
like to talk about who we're running against. A billionaire who calls women fat broads and horse-faced lesbians. And no, I'm not talking about Donald Trump. I'm talking about Mayor Bloomberg. Democrats are not going to win if we have a nominee who has a history of hiding his tax returns, of harassing women, and of supporting racist policies like redlining and stop and frisk. Look, I'll support whoever the Democratic nominee is, but understand this. Democrats take a huge risk if we just substitute one arrogant billionaire for another.
So Elizabeth Warren, that was a taste of what she did basically to everybody on that stage, once again proving that she is arguably the best political athlete that the party may have. But the question becomes, is what you just saw enough to make her money in a position where she can be competitive? Let's take it to the bigger minds. Now, Andrew, you've been giving us the practicality of this. A little bit of update in what we understand. The Bernie Sanders campaign posted the best fundraising night of any debate yet, $2.7 million, they say, from 150,000 donations. It's according to spokesperson Casca. The Elizabeth Warren campaign had its best fundraising day ever, according to a tweet from Caitlin Mitchell, Warren's chief mobilization officer. More than $1 million during the debate.
Yeah, those are really impressive sums. The question is whether she's going to get another $1 million in the hours after the debate, and then another $1 million, and then another $1 million, and then another $1 million. Because the advertising buys she would need to make in some of the big markets on Super Tuesday are really expensive, like California, Texas. And I was just sharing an anecdote about how the Bloomberg campaign has just been hoovering up staff from every campaign, including mine, paying way above market rate. They're almost like a big company that's doing roll-ups or acquisitions, but the acquisitions are actually political staff. And you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if many of the candidates on the stage tonight were losing staff to Bloomberg because he's offering 150 to 200% of what the market rate is essentially at every level.
So it's not just the advertising. I think people think about him. Oh, they're talking about, yeah, he's buying up all the ads. He's buying up all the talent in the Democratic Party. I've heard that that's actually causing some problems. People trying to run for state senate and stuff like that.
It's really hurting down ballot candidates,
can't even.
What I've heard.
But they have to want to work for him, right? Or is the money enough where they're just going to work for him just so that they get through the cycle?
If you're a political operative, I mean, you work for a lot of candidates, yeah. Yeah, really.
Wow.
What'd you
Well,
say?
look, to that point, he was playing on the Obama line, you're likable enough. But listen to what Elizabeth Warren just said. And again, you know, she gets full points for coming out ready and focused and delivering with pretty much every attack she leveled against anybody. But at the end of it, she says, look, I just called you a racist, a sexist.
But I'll be with you.
But I'll be with you.
But we got to be trying.
I mean, you know, it's one of the reasons.
That's a little bit of what this primary is right now. There are very serious differences between these candidates on stage. And there are things that I genuinely can't stand about some of them, things that I love about other ones. But I'm going to vote for I'm going to put on the shirt and knock all the doors and make all the phone calls the second we have a nominee, regardless of who it is. I think
even if you think he's a harassing machine and a bigot?
I know that the president has been credibly accused of rape by multiple women. I know that. I believe that anybody standing on that stage would not behave that way in the White House, would not talk about women like that from the White House, would probably have a cabinet that was decently representative for women. I think we're talking about apples and oranges regardless of who on this stage comes
Without the outreach that Bernie Sanders has yet to do, the question that I have is who's going to, are these, if it's not Bernie Sanders, if it were to be Bloomberg, or the Warren people, even if it's a Bloomberg, would they come out and vote? I mean, what's the incentive for people who have supported Bernie Sanders for years and years and years, and he's not opening up his arms to other factions in the party?
The incentive is Donald Trump.
Well, is that incentive enough, or do they just stay home and say, you know what, I'm sick of it all?
But that goes both directions, though, I think, in this party. I think people have to ask the question, the people who right now are infatuated with Bloomberg and want to see a moderate, come and save the party, would they be willing to walk behind a Bernie Sanders and give him the opportunity? And would the Sanders people be willing to reach across the other way? That's the big question. That is the leadership challenge for whoever gets the nomination in this party. But I want to say one thing. Something that Bloomberg, I think, got really wrong he was really tone deaf on some of these questions around class, around income. Yeah, like he said, when he said, I worked really hard, and that's why I have all this money. You know what, buddy? There's a lot of people
who work really
who are
hard.
working really hard
Made less than
who
$60 billion.
don't have all that money. When he had the little thing around, I can't possibly figure out a way to, count all my money. I can't use TurboTax. And listen, he could have very easily said, look, I want to get this right. The American people deserve accuracy. I'm going to make sure it's accurate. No, he goes, I've got so much money you can't imagine. How can I? That kind of stuff, had he been in those living rooms and looking in people's eyes when he made those kind of comments, not his staff, but real people, that stuff is offensive. And why Bernie Sanders has the power he has is he knows it's offensive. And he understands the cut and the rub of some people being so wealthy and well-connected, they don't even know when they're offending people.
Yeah, except they're going to wind up
going to your
running
point.
against somebody.
It's early in the process. Bernie is trying to win a nomination. So at this point, everybody's trying to go to their base. As they move along and they collect more delegates and they be front runner status, that's when they try to reach out more. But I understand at this stage, we've only had 2 contests. They are trying to dig down to their supporters.
Where does Bernie get?
It's getting late early, Terry. It's getting late early.
It is late early, but hold on. It's late early for us also. So let's get in one more break here. And when we come back, we're going to have
stayed in.
Maybe Yang's going to get back in the race. Stay tuned for the answer to that question right after
Some of
this.
that Cuomo money.
Something very important to remember. Everybody hates talking about money in politics, but there's a great example of why it matters so much. Terry, you've been talking about the realities of all these delegates coming up and how you get them. Money is a big part.
And this may have been baked into the calendar that we have. Most of the candidates should raise the money and sort of spread it out as we move forward. The problem is this calendar is so condensed. The problem that every candidate, except for Bernie and Mayor Bloomberg, is going to have right now is you've got 14 contests coming up, 3 days after South Carolina. Then in the next 2 weeks, 6 more gigantic states. You're talking $100 to $125 million media buy, paying for your staff, doing your digital. Nobody can do that. And
so that means you're not in states. You're not on as often. Your commercials are not there. And how big a difference
And Chris,
is that?
you are not going to win if you are not on TV at all. I think Bernie and probably Bloomberg will be the only 2 on TV in California and Texas. Wow. Bloomberg's been on in Virginia now for 3 months. Nobody else has been on it, and North Carolina.
What about earned media? Meaning.
So Elizabeth will get a
this,
great run. This clip they'll show over and over.
television,
But you
not
can't
paying for it.
compete with this constant. And that's the problem with the calendar we have. It is so short, fast. No, even if you do well in South Carolina, the next day, Sunday, you can't really raise money. You can't deposit till Monday. You can't buy TV for Tuesday. It's impossible.
Yeah, you have to shoot ads. You have to make the media buy. You need some lead time. To me, a lot of the problem is that you have several moderates who are congesting the lane, where Bernie is capped out at around, let's call it 25 to 30%. But then because you have Joe and Amy and Pete all in there, and Mike now, you need to consolidate that group of 4 candidates. But then who gets out for who? Right. It's a collective action problem, and each of them has obviously a team that has zero interest in saying, we're going to get out for another candidate. But if they all stay, then you can see Bernie running away with this.
Having chaired presidential debt retirement committees, that is what will drive you out. There is nothing worse, because you got to find new donors after you're out of the race.
Remember what you
that
did
is
in
one thing that
2008.
will drive these candidates
Well,
out.
and what's the collective
There's nothing
action?
worse.
And can you imagine sitting around a table with some kind of collective action, people sitting and saying, okay, who gets out? Do you get out, Elizabeth? Or, I mean, not Elizabeth. Do you get out, Amy? Or do you get out, Pete? Or do you get out, Joe? Or, well, Bloomberg doesn't have to sit at that table. It's never going to happen, right?
Never.
No, at this point, they're all equally plausible candidates.
Right.
There is.
They're also kind of equally cash-strapped, right?
I'll tell you that these conversations are going to start heating up over the next 1 to 2 weeks, because they're seeing the same calendar. It's almost like this wall, and they're like this wave that's about to crash into it. So they're having much more serious conversations. You could tell from tonight that they were all told, look, this could be make or break for your campaign. And if you're in that mode, then honestly, I think we're going to see some of these candidates having very, very tough conversations, hopefully even with other campaigns.
You were part of that club until recently.
Yes, I was.
Do you see what Gloria just suggested? I mean, which is very logical. Ever happening? Then the people who are there, remaining in the congested lane that you discussed, having a meeting and saying, let's talk about
Okay, I'll get out.
who's going to stay in?
No, I don't see it. I know the people involved, they don't have those kinds of relationships with each other. And again, they each have a team of dozens, hundreds of people that have interests that are very much the opposite direction, because they're all trying to think, hey, if my person becomes the president or Veep, then we're going to have this job, that job, that job. like this is still the hope and the dream. So it's going to be tough to get them all together. But if they don't come together in some way, then I think the timing is going to end up working out for Bernie.
Exactly what happened in 2016 with the Republican Party. Mario, Rubio, everybody has their dreams and stuff. And Trump, it was a very long time before Trump was winning majorities. He was just getting that 25, 30, 35% every single time. And we sit here saying, well, clearly it's not going to be Donald Trump. There's no way it's going to be Donald Trump. So we came up with all these different lanes and theories and stuff like that. And at the end of the day, the guy was getting 25,
We slept on the movement.
Yeah.
Bernie Sanders is the only one that has that right now, and that's why you've got to give it some respect.
And I think that again, for him, this electability argument, and I didn't know those numbers that you had raised before, that his numbers are going up. It makes sense to me that the idea that he's electable goes up, because I think to be electable, you've got to electrify. If you don't have the money, which is Bloomberg saying, you got to have the energy. You got to have the people. And those Bernie Sanders rallies, which we don't show often, those things are really, really fired up. And that energy can sometimes get a candidate across the finish line.
Well, we're going to be seeing soon enough what it means. The money totals are going to start to come in. Polls are going to be released. And then before you know it, it's going to be one state on top of the other, hitting you on the head. And you know who's going to be there every step of the way? CNN will. To all of you, thank you.
And
as
tomorrow,
always.
Chris, FEC reports come out.
Thank you very
They'll be
much,
out
Terry.
public tomorrow, so we'll
I was
get a
even
good
more
idea.
right than I knew. Andrew Yang, my favorite group, Tribe Called Quest, has a line. You're a box of positives. You're a big plus, love.
Oh, well,
thank you very
Chris.
much for joining the
It's good to
team.
be here.
You are value added. All right, thank you for watching. The news is going to continue, of course, here on CNN.
Managing type 2 diabetes? Audrey's on it. Eating right and staying active?
On it.
Audrey thinks she's doing all she can to manage her type 2 diabetes and heart disease, but is her treatment doing enough to lower her heart risk? Maybe not. Jardiance can reduce the risk of cardiovascular death for adults who also have known heart disease, so it could help save your life from a heart attack or stroke. And it lowers A1C.
Jardiance can cause serious side effects, including dehydration, genital yeast or urinary tract infections, and sudden kidney problems. Ketoacidosis is a serious side effect that may be fatal. A rare but life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this bacterial infection, ketoacidosis, or an allergic reaction. And don't take it if you're on dialysis or have severe kidney problems. Taking Jardiance with the sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar.
Lower A1C and lower risk of a fatal heart attack?
On it with Jardiance.
Ask your doctor about Jardiance.
Welcome to our viewers in the United States and around the world. I'm John Vors at CNN's world headquarters in Atlanta. It's just gone 1 a.m. in the east, 10 p.m. out west, and that is where we begin this hour. 6 Democratic candidates for president of the United States took to the stage in Las Vegas for a 9th debate. And for the first time, billionaire Michael Bloomberg stepped out of his very expensive comfort zone, only to be savaged by his rivals. After spending more than $400 million on his own money on campaign advertising, the former New York mayor has risen quickly in the polls. Now he's been accused of trying to bribe the party. And tonight in Vegas, from the jump, Bloomberg was under siege as candidates learned to blow after blow on everything from his support for stop and frisk to his treatment of women during his time in business.
I'd like to talk about who we're running against. A billionaire who calls women fat broads and horse-faced lesbians. And no, I'm not talking about
Both Sanders and Bloomberg as polarizing figures.
Most Americans don't see where they fit if they've got to choose between a socialist who thinks that capitalism is the root of all evil and a billionaire who thinks that money ought to be the root of all power. Let's put forward somebody who actually lives and who works in a middle-class neighborhood in an industrial Midwestern city. Let's put forward somebody who's actually a Democrat.
Joining us now, Seema Mehta, a political writer for the Los Angeles Times. She is in Las Vegas right now. Also in Los Angeles, former LA Councilwoman and Democrat Wendy Gruhl. So great to have you both with us.